Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back live to my channel on TikTok 1970 and Night and Soul, on YouTube Spirit Teaches Going with Itself, and I'm also live on my Facebook. It's a confusing morning. I'm doing like last night. I was doing a lot of. I kind of took the weekend off, and here it is Sunday, and now I'm off with something. Today is let's go down the rabbit hole, and this is part 3 of going down the rabbit hole. If you're new to my channel, I always recommend and encourage people to go read the description on the YouTube channel, Spirit Teachings and Going Within Self, to get a better understanding of what it is that I bring forward on my lives and what have you. As I had stated, there's a lot going on within the political aspect of things. I've done other digging into other stuff. But however, what took me down this rabbit hole was Donald Trump with regards to faith. Okay, so we're going to play a video. Start it off. Okay, so it took me down this rabbit hole because I've heard of like I know of the different religions and what have you. I'm going to get into it, and if I don't like comment or bring people into the conversation or what have you, is where it has me going. My channel can be intense. It's not for everyone. It's surely not for people under the age of 18. Okay? Okay, so we'll start off. Let's make sure we have that out of the way so we don't spill it. Today may be a long day because there's different things that I'm going to be touching base on. And I am on the right YouTube. Okay, so here's what you can turn the volume on so you can hear me. Okay. I know that some have already like said about what's happening and what have you. So let's go.
I'm also creating the White House Faith Office led by Pastor Paul White, who's so amazing. In the White House, we will protect Christians in our schools, in our military, in our government, in our workplaces, hospitals, and in our public squares. And we will bring our country back together as one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. I'm also creating.
Okay. So, I believe we do need to bring God back, but it's not about protecting one religion over the other, because it's about the rights of all religion, right? And being able to understand all religion, okay? So I looked into Paula White, okay? Over here. So we'll go to Paula White, okay? This is who she is, okay? She's a televangelist, okay? Not sure if any of you are familiar with what a televangelist is. So let's hear what a televangelist is. Meaning of televangelist.
Here's the definition of televangelist: an evangelical preacher who appears regularly on television to preach and appeal for funds.
Okay. What did that say again? An evangelical preacher who appears regularly on television to preach and appeal for funds. Okay, so looking for money. Is that why he's doing it? He's looking for more money because I went to this church, and they said that God wants you to give 10% of your income. Seriously? God don't want you to give your money away. God wants you to help people. Help the people directly, but not give it to a televangelist or an organization. Sit with that and think about it for a bit. Now we're going to look up evangelical, because there's a difference between evangelical and a televangelist. Okay? The evangelical is actually for the actual Christian teachings. A televangelist is for the prophet. Meaning of evangelical.
Here's the definition of evangelical: of or according to the teaching of the gospel or the Christian religion.
Nothing in there about appeal for funds. So what kind of, who are you, who and what are you following? When they're looking for funds, okay, you're not following the teachings of Christ. You know, it's Sunday. People are in church right now. Well, here's your church. Only it's a different form of church. It's actually teaching what's going on here. Because now, like, when I seen that, I went down the rabbit hole of the Trump organization. Okay? And then the Trump organization, when I was looking, I read up about Trump Media and Technology Group. How many of you knew that? So then it took me to there's a Trump Media and okay, so we'll read down the rabbit hole. It brought me to the social media used by Donald Trump. Okay, he started a Truth Social, and then there were the false and misleading statements by Donald Trump. Right? So you go back to his video, and then you go to the preacher that he's having come in, because you look at televangelists, okay? The amount of money that they make, okay? It's for profit. It's not the teaching. Like, you may be teaching about Christ, but you're not teaching about Christ to teach about Christ. Because you're telling, it's more of telling people, look, they're appealing for funds. Billy Graham, you know, there's Billy Graham came to mind because he was on television. Okay, it's that part of, you know, if you're going somewhere, especially within a church setting, and they're telling you that God wants you to give them your money. Think of it this way: churches are not for churches are they don't have to pay taxes, right? They say they're not for profit. Yeah, they are. They're for profit big time. And you know, some people didn't like me saying that. Well, you know, are you one? Do I believe in God? You're freaking right, I do. I didn't learn this language anywhere. I connected directly to spirit, and it wasn't because I went to a church, because any place I went to, I felt unwelcome. The teachings you're going to find that Jesus Christ, Yeshua, what God was teaching, was the stuff from Mary Magdalene, Thomas, the ones that, they don't try not to put in the Bible. Mary Magdalene. The teachings in here. It's a part of, prayer meditation. But they want you as a person, you go to a church, okay? You learn the teachings, but what teachings are you really learning? Because all I've ever heard in a church, for the most part, was about how each religion was fighting with each other and how God was going to come and destroy one religion over the other, which Donald Trump is saying about the Christians, he's going to protect all the Christians. But what about the other religions? Because the truth teachings was the Christ consciousness, the oneness, the love, coming together in a unity as a family and not as a separation. It's not wrong to have a religion or what have you. It's the way that it's taught and how it creates a separation between everyone. Because people are saying, well, your religion's wrong, or your religion's wrong. Jesus is going to come back and kill your people because of this or because of that. Seriously? Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm not being rude. I'm just being truthful and honest. Because it's not about protecting one religion over the other. It's about protecting everybody. Donald Trump, I don't like you. Because I don't like what you bring forward or how you bring forward. You may be doing a couple good things here and there, but you have an ulterior motive for what you do. And that video of you saying that you're going to protect the Christians, so you're going to get the Christians to fight with every other religion that is not Christian, right? Dude, stop taking the people backwards. And anybody who follows him, I'm going to say it, shake your head. He's hiding behind God. And he's using a religion to do so. And he'll use television because, hey, he likes to be closer. He likes to appear. Some people don't like me for bringing this food, and I really don't care. Like, my channel is not for everyone, You put a pastor in that's about television and appeal for funds, well, there's more fucking money. And church don't have to pay taxes, which, in 1 year, I believe it was around about 2018, the church, I think it was $76 billion was saved in taxes. Where'd that $76 billion in taxes go? Because I'm sure the fuck none of the money went to the people. Because with that kind of money, seriously. And not only was Trump affiliated and had his own platform things. Well, let's see, Danielle Smith from Canada. Her husband, he was the executive producer at Sun Media, or sorry, at, what was it, Global Television and Sun Media, and she worked as a columnist for the Calgary Herald. And then Pierre Poilievre, if I pronounced that right, he was a paper boy for the Calgary Sun, which the Calgary Sun is connected to Sun Media because it was Sun Media. And then Pierre Poilievre, he worked for TELUS, which is a telecommunications. It was corporate collections. So do you know how easy it would be for them to promote propaganda? You know, I know like you are connected, they're connected with this, so they're trying to censor certain things because right now, you know, there was a lot of people coming in all at once, and then all of a sudden, I think they stopped. So yeah, I know they're trying to shut me down. It's like, "Uy, kaya ako patay, so kutukurin." You know, a girl I knew years ago, she's right into Trump, and sometimes people will come in and they say about Trump being king. Yeah. Trump Organization is American privately owned conglomerate owned by Donald Trump. So what is this word here? It is a type of multi-industry company that consists of several different and unrelated business entities that operate in various industries and usually as a parent company. See, the thing is, I'm going to ask, right, because, you know, he's been religion into this and one having Christian. There's two parts, two sides to Christianity. And I read about the morals the other day of the two different Christianities. He said the Christianity of censorship. So, you know, people are saying about the Antichrist. You have the Christ and you have the Antichrist. And the Christ and Antichrist, they're not, is it? They're more. So it's masculine and it's masculine and feminine, which it is. It's masculine against the feminine. And I even looked at, I thought, like, you know, Canada and the United States, they've been at war since, like, even before 1812. Okay, so I say, like, you know, people will say about Justin Trudeau, which now it makes me wonder, like, what is propaganda against Justin Trudeau and what is not? Okay, and people could say, well, it's the same with Donald Trump. Well, you know, the odds right now of it being against Donald Trump. Would be more so that it would be probably against Justin Trudeau. And I'm not like condemning what the stuff that happened in his reign with regards to stuff. I think like he, he, uh, he got blackmailed. Okay, so with regards to Trump, well, Danielle Smith, she's also Trump in many ways because of the oil. And we have a lot we have a lot of minerals and everything in Canada. We have the gold, we have the oil, we have the water, we have a bunch of different minerals because Canada is rich in resources. So Danielle Smith, she would be like, of course she'd be pairing up with wanting to pair up with Donald Trump because she's all about oil because she's Calgary. She's Calgary. And then Pierre Poilievre, he's from Calgary. And, he's like they're playing like he's saying that it's the part of I know you're for Donald Trump because there's something in it for you because you all talk the same way. So you do. Justin Trudeau may have been perceived as a moron or lacking. And should he have put the Emergency Act on? No. But it's that question of why did he and why was he hide? What's really going on? Okay. Did anybody know about the sovereign wealth funds, like wealth funds? You know, sovereign wealth fund is a fund owned by the state or a political subdivision of the federal state composed of financial assets such as stocks, bonds, property, or other financial instruments. Sovereign wealth funds are entities that manage the national savings for the process of investments. The accumulated funds may have their origin in or may represent a foreign currency deposit, foreign exchange, reserves, gold, special drawing rates, an international monetary fund, reserve positions held by central banks and monetary authorities, along with other national assets such as pensions, investments, oil funds, or other industrial and financial holdings. These are assets of the sovereign nations which are typically held in reserves, domestic and reserve foreign currency, such as the dollar, euro, pound, sterling, and yen. The names attributed to the management entities may include state-owned, federal, state, and provincial, central banks, national monetary authorities, official investments companies, sovereign oil funds, pensions funds, among others. Okay. Doesn't Donald Trump something about want to get rid of the pensions and same as Danielle Smith, something about the pensions there? So if there's a fund for it, then why are they getting rid of the pension if there's a fund for it? Mm-hmm. When that happens, it's this truth's coming to light. And that's the shifting. Told you my channel's not for everyone. Whether you understand the language or not, my channel's spirit to spirit. And those spirits know. who I'm talking to, and if you're experiencing something from it, I guess that's where it's connected to me. Because right now I feel it within the heart. It's like really get up with the boom. Some countries may have more than one sovereign wealth funds. In the United States, several states have their own sovereign wealth funds. In February 2025, President Donald Trump signed an executive order to establish a national sovereign wealth fund. There's already one. The list does not include pension funds that do not meet the SWF criteria, which would be the sovereign wealth funds. So pensions does not, the list does not include the pension funds. So the pension funds, you say that Justin Trudeau had something to do with pension funds or what have you. Was it actually Justin Trudeau? Or are there three people that are trying to work together and all fucking conservative? Ugh! Hey, do you attend the televangelist? So there's China, there's United Arabia, Emirates, Singapore, Norway, Saudi Arabia, Hong Kong, for Australia, United States. Let's see what it says for United States. United States Sovereign Wealth Fund, state level entities, Alaska Permanent Fund, New Mexico State Investment Council, Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund, Utah School and Institutional Trust Funds Office, Idaho Endowment Fund Investment Board, Texas Permanent School Fund, Texas Permanent University Fund, Alabama Trust Fund, North Dakota Legacy Fund, Louisiana Education Quality Trust Fund, Oregon Common School Fund, West Virginia Future Funds. Now, there's another thing that I have here with regards to Council of Ministries of Education Canada. And I did the math. And it was over from 2017 to 2018 and 2018 to 2019. So that's what, 2 school years? It's one hefty fucking number. And my question is, where did the fucking money go? Because I'm sure the fuck it didn't go to the schools and the education. Especially when schools are struggling, okay? And not only are schools struggling, but I know someone who is a teacher and they have to buy, in order to teach certain things, they have to buy stuff out of their own pocket for their classes. People are, how do you do this? Well, it'll all make sense if you just fucking look. People, why you wonder why, like, you have no money, you wonder why you're in poverty, you wonder why people are out on the streets and what have you. The funding's there, but they're fucking greedy little bastards that need to give the fucking money back to the people. Your government owns nothing, it's all the people's. It's that part, Donald Trump and Elon Musk have Doge. It's like, do you really think that Doge is in charge? Because I'll tell you, there's always somebody else investigating. And would you like me to read it for you? Of what you're witnessing, what's going on? Because I will, because I wrote it up on October 28th of 2024. and Donald Trump didn't get in government, in presidency, until get elected until November 5th of 2024. Right? Let's see. Dito po rin yung isa lang. That's the education. First we go here. So we'll go down to Canada. For Canada, Alberta Investment Management Corporation, Alberta Heritage Saving Trust. Now, shit. It's like, ooh, man. Yeah. I was channeling it. Excuse me here on TikTok. I'm moving it for a minute. If people can bear with me, that would be awesome. Because I'm going to bring it up on my. Tell me, I thought, Mr. Tupi. See what they tell me. It's like takes a while, yeah, because I have a lot of stuff that I've you know, I appreciate your patience. I do, I've been doing a lot of rabbit holing, and my body will tell me. I will feel it and I will experience it, and that's why you see the different jerks and jolts and like, yeah, let's go, man. Kailangan ko rin i-rescue. So I hope everybody's having a great weekend, and I know a lot of people are going down rabbit holes. It's like the armor of God. Isso é essa vergonha. Que já está aí com isso, né? It's that part of, if you let him blackmail you, seriously. Holy son of a bitch, man. I really did it. Well, I'm still in January. Like these boxes, you should be able to expand them so that you can just really quick. November. I'm getting there. It's like, oh, here we go. Here we go. I wrote that, I channeled this on October 28th, 2024. It's right here. It's time we clean up this world. We need to expose all the corruption, expose all their criminal offenses, expose all their conflict of interest, not just within the liberal government, but all forms of the government and those running for government. All of the systems controlled, paid, and paid for by the government, including all businesses and all who have related to its government funding while in office and during elections, expose all cover-ups within Parliament, Cabinet, all activity taking place within summits, during retreats, and anything else affiliated with the government, and its extracurricular systems, activities, and outside of Parliament, expose all misused funding, expose all dealings within the provincial and federal governments within your country and outside of your country. Oh shit. Expose all interference during elections and not during elections throughout their whole term, because no one within the system systems are any exception to the rule. No matter what your position may be, exposing any wrongdoings, any misleading, fear-based propaganda within the system, whether it be the government, the medical health care system, the educational system, the religious system, the monetary banking system, the justice system, including pensions. Within the public sector and within the system sector, the business corporation system, any funding that goes towards research of any kind, all financial records, personal and work-related, a thorough criminal record check, a thorough investigation into their dealings with other businesses, corporations, system sectors, both federal and provincial, a thorough investigation when it comes to human rights, crimes against humanity, a full investigation regarding the taxation system, criminal offenses when it comes to the environment, criminal investigations into outside influences, all investigations being performed by independent investigators that is found to have no association with any forms of the said property, of the said parties involved, including the monarchy, the music industry, the whole of the entertainment industry. There should never be allowed private funding of any kind during elections or during their time in office. A criminal investigation into the RCMP and the police, military, national defense, coast guard, also all performed and completed by independent investigators proven to have no affiliation with any mentioned parties. A criminal investigation into the CIA, the Federal Reserve, a criminal investigation into cryptocurrency, a criminal investigation into anything and everything associated with AI, a criminal investigation into automotive producers, a criminal investigation into all property management companies, building owners, a criminal investigation into the tenancy board, a criminal investigation into all government sectors, including but not limited to land registration, land deeds, land titles, a criminal investigation into wills and estates, a criminal investigation into real property, personal property within the mentioned systems, a criminal investigation into provincial and federal prisons, a criminal investigation into all funeral sectors, a criminal investigation into all secret societies and their affiliations with any and all forms associated with it be not limited to our public systems and private, full investigation into community services, child protection, and anything else associated and connected to it, a criminal investigation into all record keeping within every mentioned system, business, corporation, or affiliation to, on a provincial and federal basis, including every country, state, and territory throughout the world, with no exception. A full investigation to all presidential, right from the head of state, right down to all persons within the system that is in a position and all those associated with those persons in question with persons with persons in question who were or are affiliated with them. A full investigation into the food supply and food chain and all departments connected to it. A full investigation into child trafficking, child abduction, child labor. A full investigation into all forms of sexual trafficking. Full investigation into drug trafficking. And full investigation into the DEA and any association or affiliation to it. A full investigation into the pharmaceutical system and all associated to it. A full investigation into the FDA and any association. A full investigation into all research facilities, including medical research, but not limited to. A full investigation into the Cancer Society and any society associated with it, asking for donations. A full disclosure of any and all donations and where the money went to. A full investigation into all sector systems, affiliations, I've said above. A full investigation into all sports-related corporations, nations, that must be nations, provincial, personal, personnel, all who have been accused of sex misconduct, sexual abuse, sexual assault, sexual abuse, and all other abuses, whether it be from teammates, coaches, team owners, anyone and everyone associated, including the private sector. That's what I channeled on October 28th. And Donald Trump did not get in office until January 20th. He got elected on November 20th, or on November 5th. And, he did say in another thing that, the illegal immigrants are not allowed to vote in the next election. So it's that part of if illegal immigrants are not allowed to vote in the next election, then all that were considered illegal immigrants that voted for Donald Trump in his previous election should be stricken from the record. Their votes should not count. It's that part of, people may not like what I'm bringing forward, but what Donald Trump is doing, it's not something that he came up with himself. Because I channeled that. And it just came. I just started speaking it. So it's that part of, hey, what's really going on? Is Donald Trump trying to take with regards to saying about protecting the Christians in the military and everything like that? Dude, you're just using them. You're using their beliefs. You're using propaganda. You are the first president to be going to, what is it, the Super Bowl? And some part of, I find it very strange because let's go back to the bottom. Back to the bottom. Let's see. Donald Trump and American football. Donald Trump had a beef with the American football team. He had a beef with Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, but yet they're on his side. So my question is, what is he blackmailing them with? Seriously. He didn't like him. Same as Joe Rogan, but somehow Joe Rogan endorsed him. Seriously. Okay. So during his career as a businessman and politician, Donald Trump has had a noted relationship with the sport of American football. And I seen a woman. She was having a vision. And she was bringing it forward, and she was saying about what's going to happen at the Super Bowl. And doesn't Donald Trump say about a witch hunt? It's that part of Donald Trump. Are you the fucking warlock? Because I know you are. Because you're the 47th president, and you tried buying a few football teams, and then finally you got to buy, what was it, the New Jersey Generals or something like that. So it's that part, you say about a witch hunt, you're a warlock, which I know that. And this woman was saying that whoever it is, they said, don't watch the halftime because something is going to happen. She was seeing that, they did that Avril or whoever it is was doing something with her hands, which I told them on the thing. I said, what she was witnessing, the gesture she was witnessing was the pulling of energy vampires. And she said that the people started becoming like demons. Do I believe in that stuff? Fuck yeah, the shit that I've been going through. I always knew all of that stuff. And Donald Trump, he does like getting up on the stage. It's up part of, do I trust the man? Fuck no, not as far as I can throw him. Right now I probably couldn't look him up. But, if I got mad, I'd probably throw him across the room. But I'm not violent. See, people talk about Michael and Lucifer. And they say Michael was the good guy and Lucifer was the bad guy. Was that actually true? I really, I have to ask that because they say everything else is upside down. It's that part of, when he goes up and he does with regards to religion, I have to ask because I have to ask, like, is he being like Hitler and it's the German thing all over again? But he's going right back to Roman times because it's against the Jews. The Christians were against the Jews and what have you. You know, all the stuff that Donald Trump said that, that he was gonna do and bring forward. Let's see where that is. Yes, I'm looking into Justin Trudeau too. Looking into his ancestral line too. Yeah. Okay, let's go to Agenda 47. Read the official 2024 Republican Party platform here. President Trump's 24 promise to make America great again. And yeah, you know, I did get this book, the Barron Trump Collection. Number one, seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. Well, I'm going to be honest, and I know somebody else who actually agrees with me too, which it was very surprising to me. It's my dad. He even said himself, like he basically agreed with me that they're not really. It's not that they're really migrants. It's because their family was already here, and they're just coming home. You know, do they have criminals? Well, the criminals were already here, and I have suspicions that Donald Trump had a big hand in you bringing criminals into the United States so that he could promote his agenda. Carry out, and which that was blocked. So, when people are putting stuff on here that immigrants are being deported back over, my question is, how are they being deported back over if it was blocked? That part, yeah, we're sitting with them because I felt that it was just like a blank. Carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. So America, the United States, was created in 1776. And then the founding fathers was in roundabout in the mid 1800s. I almost heard like 1856 there. I was not sure. When did the Constitution of the Founding Fathers happen?
According to National Archives,
Oh,
on September 17th,
oh, it was
1787,
87. Sorry,
signed
my
the
bad. There was
Constitution.
something else that happened in 1846. Founding Fathers signed the Constitution. So that was just because I made an error there. Seriously, have a look at all the other shit that I've brought forward. Because a lot of other people have been saying about the 1800s. So the Constitution was brought about roughly, well, 11 years later. And like I said, George Washington most likely knew my sixth great granddaddy because they probably did trade with one another because they were both farmers. Mm. Gita por esta restituta, eh? And you know, I do have strong reason to believe that George Washington didn't die from a throat infection. I believe he died from rickets poisoning. Go look up rickets. Mm. And, you know, he didn't want to bring in a military system. He didn't want to do what they have today. So in order to do that, they had to kill him, right? Same as with my great granddaddy. Something was going on there, and I know he got murdered for the land because the land he owned was on Oak Island, and you know it was the exact same land that Samuel Ball supposedly owned, which did not own. And Samuel Ball looks an awful lot like P. Diddy. So it was September 1887, right? And we all came here. We came here in 1749 to 1752 is when we immigrated. First, it was Cornwallis's people to come over, and then they ended up bringing our ancestors, my family, and some of your family over in 52. So we weren't actually migrants. They stole the land, and we ran for our lives. And now we're coming back to fight for the land back that you stole. And Donald Trump, you're trying to steal from Gaza. You know, what really went on in Germany. Seriously, I've seen like old newspapers from 1939 to like almost 1950. Donald Trump is telling that you want to go in and you want to keep the Palestinians out so that you can build something. Well, you know, how about, you know, instead of trying to kick the people out, how about you just build for people? But wait a minute, it's because of the resources. You don't care. Fuck all about people. And all your little buddies and Tonys. That's that part of, you know, you can go into the Doge system and they can use Doge to go into the system and what have you. But you can never figure out. See, I can I use my own stories. I bring a lot of dirt. You know, people are supposed to know what they're getting for leaders. And inflation and America affordability. How's that working out for people? Has it happened? This was supposed to be like, I'm signing all these things, but I see a lot of I've heard of like different things being signed, only recognizing two genders and what have you. So except for let's get down here now. Make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. So, that's what he's doing. He's being people, excuse me, stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. Go back to World War II when all the men were shipped out. Who was in the factories doing the work? The women. Large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. A lot of people say that, it's going to be billionaires and that get the tax break, which, will get to Donald Trump and his tax issue. His followers won't believe that. Oh, well, that's not what we heard. How's this stuff working out for you? I know how to make good deals. Yeah, deals with the devil, right? Deals isn't how to evolve. The free energy technology is there, all the technology that can eliminate all the fossil fuel usage and everything like that, but see, there's no profit in it. If you eliminate that from Donald Trump and his crony buddies and billionaire friends and what have you, there's no profit in it. But there's lots of jobs. Defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights. How's your rights turning out? Doesn't seem like it's turning out very well. And our fundamental freedoms. How's that working out? Including freedom of speech. How's that working out? Are you not being censored? If you're not condoning him and you're not praising him and saying, "Oh my Lord, oh gee, oh King Trump," you said the boy, eh? This is spirit to spirit. So he's supposed to be including freedom of speech, but yet people are being censored, huh? And you're going to say, "Well, that's the Democrat." Is it really the Democrat? Or I'm pretty sure both have their hands in everything. Or maybe some looking and saying, "Screw you, man. We're not taking the fault for your shit." Because that would be a smart thing to do. The smart thing to do would be confess what you did, take your punishment, and the one's really doing the dirty. Okay, so including freedom of speech, which he's violating that, freedom of religion, which he's violating that because he said that. What was that video? Let's see. Let's watch that video again. So we'll go freedom of religion.
I'm also creating the White House Faith Office led by Pastor Paul White, who is so amazing. In the White House, we will protect Christians in our schools, in our military, in our government, in our workplaces, hospitals, in our public squares. And we will bring our country back together as one nation under God with liberty and justice for all.
Do I have anything against Christians? No. But I do have something against Christians that say that, we're going to appeal for money. And that's censorship. So let's go back. So there's what he thinks of religion. But freedom of religion, well, obviously, like, with him saying about just regards to the Christian, you don't have a freedom of religion. You better go get his Lost Boys. Because his Lost Boys are the Proud Boys. And the right to keep in their arms. So the right to keep in their arms. So to him, it's all right, like, you got to carry it on anywhere you go. And then he's saying that it's Mexico and Canada that's bringing in the weapons, but yet they're allowed to carry them in the streets anymore. Seriously. That's my question. Who's doing what? In Canada, you have to have your firearms locked up. But in the States, you can carry them where. In Canada, if someone breaks into your home and you defend yourself, somehow it goes against someone that's defending themselves. Somebody breaks into your home and they cut themselves in something. They can sue you seriously. Our systems are all fucked up. And it's because it's to benefit the criminals. So Donald Trump, in my opinion, you want to say that illegal immigrants cannot vote in the next election, then all those illegal immigrants that voted in your election should be stricken from it. Because they say what's good for one is good for them all, right? So why was it okay for it to be in your election in 2016 and again in 2024, but it's not okay in the next coming election? And you probably, you and your buddies, like and your friends, and what have you, did Project 25. So people go, and you vote, and you have not a fucking clue who you're damn well voting for. You're just going with the narrative, or you're just going with the shit that you grew up thinking of, or knowing, or thought you knew. So to ones that say, I'm woke, yeah, you're fucking woke, all right, but I'm awake. And there's a difference between woke and awake. how's that Constitution, the defending of the Constitution working out for you? There are a lot of people in the States saying they're being censored, fucking, and Elon Musk said he's not trying to buy TikTok. But Donald Trump wants to. And he wants to get in on it with Kevin O'Leary. Another wealthy. Tell you, I never take anything to Kevin O'Leary as an intention. Because I don't trust stars like a fucking phone. I don't trust fire. I don't trust any of it. Mark Zuckerberg, he stole Facebook from two of his college friends. Donald Trump didn't like Mark Zuckerberg. He even made fun of Mark Zuckerberg after the freaking inauguration. He made fun of Elon Musk. How do you guys like him making fun of you? Are you little patsies because he's got something on you? Can't stand to lose your money, right? Don't tell me you're of God if you're holding on to your money like it's your saving grace. So I don't see where he's defending freedom of speech because, if you don't agree with him, he'll fucking mute you quicker than you can speak. Freedom of religion, well, he's protecting from Christians and Christians only. So that's not freedom of religion. And right to keep and bear arms, well, that's the only thing that he needs is, he's got one in his bed so he can protect himself because he made so many fucking enemies. The only ones that believe him are the ones that are looking for their savior. Look inward, and that's where you'll find your savior because you are your savior. You are your saving grace. You're what's going to change the world in a positive way. You're who's going to bring about peace, not him. Because all he's been doing is bringing about division. These other ones that you see in front of the building, your doges or what have you. That they're trying to protect the community trust too. Keep you distracted. Prevent World War III. Well, holy fuck! What is it? Is he really? Is he really preventing World War III, or is he trying to fucking create it? He's going after Canada, he's going after Mexico, he's going after Greenland, he's going after all the other places too. Now he's talking about wanting Gaza and what have you. Really fucking think about it, people, and sit with it. Prevent World War III, restore peace in Europe and in the Middle East. Well, he's not trying to do that either because he has a beef with Europe. He has a beef with people in Europe. Because let me see. You see, you don't work for the British government, but you fucking do. He set up a reaction and build a great iron dome missile defense shield over our entire country. Think of The Simpsons when they had that bubble over top. Confine you. What is it they're saying? There's a dome over the world. If you go and you watch Once Upon a Time, when the evil queen puts the curse on, the Queen of Hearts puts a shield, a dome over the area that she's in and freezes everyone. Wow. Seriously. Kaya po tikinasta no to tayo. Kito po lang to turisyo. Entire country, all made in Canada. So you want out of the box if he's trying to put you in a bubble. Under tunnel vision! Oh, I don't see nothing. You can't. No, don't look there. No, don't look there. You gotta look here. Get up, Putore. And the weaponization of government against the American people. He's ended up on his creek his own. You know, it's the part of putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Because he's showing one persona to you in your face. It's called Two-Face. Face Off. Go watch the movie Face Off. Nicolas Cage and John Travolta. I believe John Travolta was after Nicolas Cage. So watch out for somebody going missing and somebody else appearing. Stop the migrant crime epidemic. Abolish the foreign drug cartels. Donald. Your father was part of the cartels. And your first wife said that you wanted to be like not Rothschilds, either the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers. It was in the book The Last Tycoon, The Many Lives of Donald Trump. You say you're of God and you had the near-death experience. Well, I had a death experience. I died. And I come back and I just started speaking. Stop the migrant crime epidemic, demolish the foreign drug cartels, crush gang violence while you're creating it, and lock up violent offenders. You should lock up violent. But after you got inaugurated, you know, you had them go in and attack the White House or whatever. had that thing for Biden. You sent criminals in there, even put a propaganda thing up, which I have a thing here to say what you did, of what you were writing on your page to get people in the uproar and go do it. And then when you got inaugurated, you let 1,800 free, and you pardoned every one of the criminals. Yeah. Quieto, coreana. Isuto pureta. Quinto de. A little bit of a contradiction of it, right? Eso quise ver. No, y me acuerdo que eso la quise ver. Seriously, yeah. I have to say to people, how's that working out for you? Unless you're a criminal, how's it working out? Unless you're a billionaire, $5 million, how's that working out for you? Unless you're not an old person, how's that working out for you? Unless you're not an immigrant, how's that working out for you? Unless you want to be a slave, how's that working out for you? System. So lock up violent offenders. Well, yeah, he likes locking up violent offenders. He'll lock up the innocent and release the violent because you're a violent offender. But if you're with them, you release them. Is that right? You see many people doing that? Rebuild our cities. Looks like he's trying to destroy them. Do you think that he didn't have a hand in Gaza? Because he got in 2016 to win the war, and then all of a sudden they say about 7 years of war, and then wait, and then okay, and then he got out in 2021. The other inauguration took place, and then when was it? 2022? When did the most recent Gaza war start?
The 7th of
7th
October,
October
2023. According
2023.
to Wikipedia.
So not long after, they switched in January 2021, and then 2023, it all broke out, and it just so happens that Donald Trump wants that land. It says rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful. So what I'm going to tell people is stand united. It's not go fight with one another. It's having a united front on the truth. On the truth. Think you're each other's enemy. You're only made to be each other's enemy because there's so much shit going on. It's keeping you separated, fighting amongst one another, using the Bible and religion to do that. And Trump is a prime example of doing that because he only wants to defend the Christian. Well, I know it's divide and conquer, right? Like, my ex-husband will say stuff and he won't get on saying. It's that part of, when he says, where we go, where we go, he's not talking about people. He's talking to his people that, well, that he's affiliated with and that he's blackmailing because not only does he have something on them, but they have something on him. And he's saying, if I go down, you're all coming down with me. That's the part of where we go one, we go home. The way I look at it is we're one alone, but we're mighty fucking well together and united we stand. It's, hey, Red Rover, I call soul over. When you're Red Rover, you're holding hands and you're holding it tight. Because you become the goal. Set up the goal. Strengthen and modernize our military. Make it, without question, the strongest and most powerful in the world. Get it, Daddy! Sound familiar? Better do your salute. It's like, hey, Donald. Oh, Your Majesty. He's an actor. He's a poser. Where's your script, Donald? Or did your table get flipped and paper scattered everywhere? So modernize it. And is that why Elon Musk wants to bring in these chips? Oh, fuck. Apparently, you are really. Oh, I am a robot. I come to invade your property. Here, let me do a fucking water. Oh, wait, that's the wicked witch. Or maybe you can't put water in it. Seriously. Keep the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. They're trying to get rid of it because it's fucking controlling and destroying the world. Do you not see that? So he wants to use the gold as the gold standard. And then the oil and everything like that. He wants to own it all. This channel is a spirit to spirit, and those spirits know exactly who I'm talking to. And if you're feeling or experiencing anything from this, then those spirits are connected to you. He's power hungry. He's not doing anything to help you people. So you think that he's trying to. And to the people that in Canada that say about, oh yeah, let's make it the 51st state. It'll be great. Yeah, it'll be great. Great for you, right? And then you'll be fucking poor as hell. And you'll have nothing. You think you've got nothing now? If you want to be part of the United States, fucking pack your bags and move there. Number 14, fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts. What? Seriously, like, fight for your fight and protect your Social Security. Isn't there something going on? Like, today? Or there's some people who okay, you don't follow it, but you don't mind saying shit about it, right? You said about people living in what they call subsidized housing, that it's only supposed to be for 2 years for people to get their foot on the city. Do you know how fucking difficult it is for a lot of people to get their footing right now? How about you make housing affordable, no matter what income you have? And I'm not talking about living in a slumlord, above a slumlord like your father was, Donald Trump, because you probably have buildings too that you don't have your name on, management companies. He said, well, and Medicare with no cuts. Oh, there's a lot of shit going on with regards to that, including no changes to the retirement age. Cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulations. So cut off the electrical vehicle mandate. So, hey, oh, run it on gas! Run it on gas so we can make money off of you! Then we can keep fracking. We can keep drilling. We can drill, baby, drill. Dice la gloria, right? So hey, Elon, are you in on that with them? From what I understand, we have a different kind of vehicle, and it doesn't use electricity. It uses some sort of motor, almost like Nikola Tesla. Why would you believe yourself? What's he got on you, dude? Because he's got to have something. Because you couldn't fucking stand it. 16, cut funding for any school pushing critical age therapy. Well, that never should have been in there to begin with. Very radical. Gender ideology. Well, I said how I feel about that. Like he's saying about cut race theory. Well, you know what? Try to try to erase the past so that people don't know of, what you and your colleagues did over the years. radical gender ideology. Okay? I feel that, if there's anything that, it shouldn't be schools, educated schools doing it. The education should be on the parents. And then the parents choose it, like talking with their children and having an unbiased opinion instead of a biased opinion about it. Because the gender thing has been around long before this. It's been around since the beginning because it's always been vastly too skewed. And other inappropriate, radical, sexual, or political content on our children. Well, heck, you know, we're in a soft porn. Yeah, it was a soft porn. He was driving by prostitutes on the street, and he had a bunch of women in the vehicle, in a limousine with him, and he was taking champagne bottle and spraying the foam on the women. I said soft porn. And, your wife was getting nude pictures done of herself when she was modeling. Did like your models. And then, let's see, Danielle Smith, she wants to open up a red light district. I read about that the other day. If you're reading it, it's a place to keep prostitutes and Johns in that state. How about working to get them off the streets and off the drugs? Because prostitution doesn't start off most of the time because somebody wants to go out and be a prostitute. There's underlying factors to it. And Donald Trump, your great grandfather owned a brothel, or when he came here, I believe it was he owned it, like with regards to the brothel. 1 second, please. On top of that, Donald Trump didn't mind riding in the bus with George Bush's nephew, and saying about how you like to put your hands in, basically you like to feel up a woman's pussy and everything like that. Do I like using that word? No, those are his words. As long as you're in show business, famous, you can get away with doing it. Right? That's exactly what you told Billy Bush. Um, yeah, yes. Yeah, sure. I know, it's like you keep getting up. Yep. Right with you. Oh, wrong one. I appreciate your patience. There it is. Okay. Friedrich, which that's how his name was first, Friedrich, before he changed it to Frederick. Mhm. So, excuse me. Mhm. in here. So you look, the picture, Frederick Trump, 1869, 1818. Here. Yeah, flip it. And look how they- Keep in mind, Donald Trump's grandfather was from Germany. Oh, she said this, yeah. There we go. Okay, let's see. His early life, as he couldn't find a job after finishing his apprenticeship as a hairdresser, he left the Palatine, Palatine in 1885, which was part of the kingdom of Bolivia, Bavaria, Bavaria, how can I pronounce that? Avaria, during that time, without proper permission, and immigrated in 1885 to the United States without proper permission. Trump, your grandfather was an illegal immigrant. Without proper states from Hamburg aboard the ship Elder, it's highly unlikely that he would have gotten permission to do so, given that he was 16-year-old Frederick Trump was a draftee. He just worked at a hairdresser in New York. He, like so many others before, went towards the West in search of a better life. In Seattle, Washington, he ran a restaurant, and he became a U.S. citizen there in 1892, waitlist, changing his first name to Frederick. In the gold and silver mine city, Monte Cristo, he was leading a hotel and a brothel. Sound familiar? Leading a hotel and a brothel. So, Donald Trump, how many fucking brothels do you have in your hotel? So, how many people are you prostituting? But you're going to protect him, right? No, you're not. You're part of it. And you're hiding behind religion. You're hiding behind the Christians. You're hiding behind your pocketbook. You're hiding behind your blackmail and everything. You're in a brothel. This is where he first got involved in politics and supported the regional candidate of the Democrats for the U.S. presidential election. So he was in a he owned a restaurant, a hotel with a brothel, and that's what led him into politics. So there had to have been the politicians that were also included in the dirty shit he was doing. With his with just 25, 27 years, he himself was elected as a justice of the peace. So he was in the court system. Hey, how many are bought in there, huh? He then followed the miners in 1898 in the gold rush towards the north. Where was the gold rush? He then opened a restaurant and hotel at Lake Bennett in the Canadian province of British Columbia and advised for it not only with its good kitchen, but with their private boxes for ladies. Prostitution is done in British Columbia.
Money on 4.6 billion ad impressions every day and all the traffic they're getting.
Wrong place. Let's go here. Was British Columbia. So now we're going to back here.
So it's not just Pornhub, right?
So how free porn sites really work and who runs them. Okay, we're going down the rabbit hole like, Donald Trump's grandfather, not one, but twice, was managing and owned a restaurant where there was a brothel and private boxes for ladies. I started watching this, but then finished. I didn't get very far into it. So I guess we're going to watch this together.
Pornhub is owned by a parent company. Yeah, all of this kind of I learned over the last 5 years. Called MindGeek. Okay. Now MindGeek has a monopoly on the big porn industry. So we call it big porn because there's big porn, just like there's big tobacco, there's big pharma, there's big porn, and it's dominated by one company. That company was called MindGeek. They rebranded to ILO to try to escape their reputation as peddlers of crime. But so with a $362 million loan from a hedge fund called Colbeck Capital and 125 secret investors who were outed as including JP Morgan Chase and Cornell University, they had basically rolled up the entire global industry under one company. So yes, so they owned, they were managing Playboy, Digital Playground, Wicked Pictures, Browsers, Reality Kings, pay sites, subscription sites, and then the tube site. So Pornhub and its sister sites. So Pornhub, YouPorn, RedTube, TubeBait, GayTube, XTube. You know, I can go.
I wonder what the connection to YouTube is. Oh shit! You know, people thought I asked them when I shut up this
Go on and on.
Yeah.
They own the most popular tube sites. So,
Vegan too. That one. And who owns mine?
so MindGeek was owned by a secret majority shareholder. So nobody knew who the owner of MindGeek was when all this began.
Are they in America?
No, we found out. So we found them. You know, through the course of this, there was a
This is relatively true. Sex trafficking, just so you know, where people think that these people willingly rent. You might want to shoot the fucking head.
an investigation called Hunt for the Porn King.
So they're not an American company. So you start on the thing.
Right. So we discovered who was the secret majority shareholder of the company, and his name was Bernberg Mayer, and he was in Austria, and he was part-time in Hong Kong.
Bernberg Mayer is great to show them all.
Yeah,
How do some people know?
there he is. Yeah.
Bernberg Mayer.
Yeah.
And let's look at his Wikipedia. Get a little. He grew up as a son of farmers in Ensfelden. He grew up as a son of farmers in Ensfelden.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do some people know?
There
Who
he
he
is.
is?
Yeah.
Bernberg Mayer.
Excuse me one sec. See, something tells me they changed their name. And what makes me think they changed their name? Because I'm just saying, like, I go by face recognition. I already said that, Donald Trump's first press secretary, pretty sure it was his daughter-in-law, because if you take a picture of the pictures of his daughter-in-law and you put them beside his press secretary, people are assuming they're not going to put two and two together. They're not going to think of it. It's a different name. And then with his second press secretary, she looks an awful lot like Donald Trump's daughter, Tiffany. And I actually have a picture of a little actor, and I'll get to that in a minute, who looks a lot like Baron Trump when he was little. And he played on Once Upon a Time in the 6th season. I believe it was around the 12th episode, where the shepherd goes to look for his boy that King George had the Dark One come and take the child, but say, you cannot live. You gotta give us if you want both to live, but if you want them both to die, you gotta give us. If you don't want them to die, you gotta give us one. And if you don't give us one, then they're both gonna die. Okay. So I want you to have a look at this thing. Keep in mind, like, people have facial hair and what have you. Okay. So this is that Bern guy. People are gonna say, "What the fuck are you talking about?" The other guy's wearing glasses. Let's go him. We should put it side by side. And him. But see, people won't believe that because I feel that right now in my body. Because I had somebody tell me that I needed glasses. Go tell that to somebody who knows how to do face recognition. Because all you have to do is, okay, so let's see. No. So you have him, take the cigarette out of his mouth, take the glasses off, fix his hair up, and put a bit of beard on him. Seriously. But people say, "Oh, you're wrong about that." Well, if I'm wrong, I don't think I am, but I do believe you're Indian. And he's standing in the corner. I was going to click on that. Okay, so okay. I just showed you. If you're not figuring it out.
Here. Yeah, and let's look at his Wikipedia before I get a little. He grew up as a son of farmers in Enspelden, attended grammar school in Linz, he studied University of Linz, wherever that is. He worked at Goldman Sachs, New York. He became the owner of foreign site RedTube in 2013. He sold to the site Manman, now known as Alyo. He was a former majority owner of Pornhub. Okay.
Yep.
Just want to make sure we
So
see
he
that.
was, yeah, he was the majority against Fair Tune and David DeSillo.
He does. He looks an awful lot like J.D. Vance. Seriously. And Donald Trump does like hanging around with people like that. Think of Epstein, P. Diddy, and many others.
Were the CEO and the COO, and they were the minority shareholders, and they kind of hidden themselves from the public as well for a really long time.
Okay, and are these guys all from?
I'm not saying it's JD, but you know, they say there's no such thing as coincidence, it's just synchronicity.
Austria, that
No,
was in place.
so Canadian. So the company is an international corporation. They are headquartered in Canada, so they have most of their employees in Canada. But they have offices in now. They have an office in Texas, LA, Cyprus, Romania,
Mine Geek has
London,
offices everywhere.
everywhere. Yeah. So they are a multinational corporation, huge corporation, hundreds of millions of dollars a year, multi-billion-dollar corporation with a monopoly on the global big four industry.
And how much money was it bringing in a year?
Yeah, they're estimating about half a billion a year. The value of the company is multiple billions of dollars. And you know, Pornhub is the flagship site. So this is the cash cow of the company. This is how not only are they making money on 4.6 billion ad impressions every day, all the traffic they're getting, but they're advertising their free sites on the free sites, right? So they kind of have this ecosystem where they advertise browsers, Pornhub, and traffic to all the other websites that they have.
That was Brazil, which is crazy, but also I don't care. I mean, it's either way, it's bad.
Yeah, content is king for the porn cheap sites. You have to understand that. It's about getting unrestricted, massive amounts of content so that they can get picked up in Google search results, so that they can drive massive amounts of traffic, so they can sell all those ad impressions and make hundreds of millions of dollars a year on free porn. Okay? Worst thing they could do is take content down from the site. But they start to delete millions of videos. They deleted 10 million videos and over 30 million images, basically 24 hours. And what Financial Times called probably the biggest takedown content in internet history. They deleted all of their unverified videos because they had no idea who was a child, and like who was 16 and who was 18.
Right.
Who was, what was rough sex and what was rape. They had no idea what was consensually recorded and not consensually uploaded, right? And so they took down that much content.
Because they're worried about the money.
Yeah. They wanted to glue the credit card company back, right? So they said, okay, we have to do this. They basically deleted their site. Well, 80% of it at the time. They had 30 moderators moderating the millions of videos on Pornhub. Now compare that with Facebook's 15,000 moderators, and they still don't have enough. These moderators, they were viewing between 800 and 2,000 videos per shift, clicking through those videos with the sound off, just clicking through them, guessing. Like I call it the underage guessing game.
I was here one day, back a while ago, and I don't go on porn sites or anything like that. But it showed up. I think at one time it was whether it showed up on Facebook or something else. I don't know, but it showed up. Sometimes you like certain things will come through, like on TikTok. Sometimes it's like it comes up and you're seeing a porn, but I get guidelined for like coming on and speaking in a different language, or we get our music censored because we've used music in our background that was on a radio, which was the public domain.
Like, this is a game of Russian roulette with people's lives. They're trying to guess who's 15 and who's 18, who's 16 and who's 19. Like, nobody can do that on a, like, even a pediatrician can't do that.
Yeah, what happens to your brain after seeing so much traumatic stuff that you were even like that should be a crime in putting a employee through that.
Well, I've spoken to those, and some of those employees I call friends today because
Really, they said that
their
really
conscience
intense.
was pricked,
Oh,
and
I'm sure.
they came forward. And I spent hours and hours in person and online and on the phone speaking to them, trying to understand how all of this worked. And one of them is especially dear to me, and he told me that it was so hard on him to do this job that he needed the money. And he was abused as a child. He was sexually abused as a child. So it was especially hard for him to do that. But I think
That was
that's what
why he wouldn't do it. It's like you could find something else to do probably. Not calling him out, but it's
Yeah.
just a weird thing that's created there too. That, like,
I don't know. But I appreciate what he did in coming forward. So this is the company. This is who we're kind of coming up against, right? And so all of this started to take off and go viral, and victims are coming forward, whistleblowers. Like I told you about the former owner who came forward. His name is Fabian Tillman, and he was called the Zuckerberg of porn. He's
okay,
the one.
I get a lot corporate face to these guys. Fabian Tillman. Look,
It's
huh?
huge. Yeah. Yep.
Fabian Tillman.
He's the one.
Well, shit, he looks an awful lot like the guy that was talking when they were doing the after they did the inauguration. Shit, man, that was. I think a lot of people know who we're talking about. Sorry, my head's moving. He looks an awful lot like people Donald Trump chose to be on his team. The former Republican presidential candidate will join Musk leading Doge, founder of the pharmaceutical company. Mr. Ramsey, the founder of a pharmaceutical company, suspended his campaign in January to support Donald Trump. So, CFO Society. Oh, go. Look at that picture in there. Oh, one person. And him there. And there. And him there. Don't believe me, I don't care. But you might want to learn Facebook yourself. Just change the name and dress them up.
On that book,
Can I be short? No, only people can. Well, like I said, no such thing as coincidences, just synchronicities. So the two men so far look a lot like Burned looks like J.D. Vance, and this most recent guy looks a lot like this guy.
put Pornhub on the map. He kind of
Coincidence? No such thing. Two out of two are quite identical to two people within Donald Trump's party, including the two press secretaries that he had. Looks a lot like the first one looks a lot like his daughter-in-law, and the second one looks a lot like his daughter.
had this vision for
Joe Entertainment was built the biggest adult entertainment company in the world. Let's see. That's Fabian. Okay, so he's one of the Irish selected.
so he's the one who actually revealed to me who the secret majority shareholder was that he sold the company to. Yeah, he reached out in summer 2020 to say he wanted to help. And so one of the things that he did was he exposed the secret majority shareholder's name, and he said, "Go after the credit card companies." As the former owner said, if you want to make a difference here, you go after the credit card companies. And so that was now what I didn't realize at the time. I was suspicious, right? Why is he trying to help? And I kind of later found out that he had intention to try to buy back the company. So he kind of wanted to make it killing again. So I think he wanted to help take it down, buy it. And
Find a way to do it back with crypto or something. I don't know. Different chain.
I don't know what he was thinking. He wanted to buy it back, which I found out later on. But the CEO and the COO and the CEO resigned as well. And today they're being sued by 300 victims in 25 lawsuits, including multiple class actions on behalf of tens of thousands of child victims. And they're doing amazing in the courts. So much more evidence is being uncovered and legal discovery. So discovery is this amazing tool. When you engage in a civil lawsuit, the court gives you permission to get behind your opponent, so you can get their text message, you can get their email. Else. You can get, and so much has come out of the complicity. Like you just couldn't believe. The site is still online. You know, it's been purchased now. They're trying to do this whole rebrand. So it was sold as a distressed asset to a company that they created themselves to buy for.
Okay.
And they're called Ethical Capital Partners.
Ethical Capital Partners. Who are the main figures in that company? Do we know?
Yes, we do. They have themselves online. Is the guy that's out there kind of trying to do this whole rebrand of Pornhub for Ethical Capital Partners. His name is Solomon Friedman, and he is a criminal defense attorney. So,
Is it really? Where's it
Canada. Where's from Canada? Yeah.
He wants to rebrand it to make it more ethical.
Well, I mean, that's what they're saying, right? They're saying they call themselves ethical capital, yet at the same time, you know, they didn't
So ethical capital partners, there's still stuff out there that's not supposed to be there.
say, right? They're saying they call themselves ethical capital, yet at the same time, you know, they didn't.
So ethical capital partners, there's still stuff out there that's not supposed to be there.
Pornhub, Ethical Capital Partners. His name is Solomon Friedman, and he is a criminal defense attorney. So,
Is he really? Is he from where? Where's he from?
Canada. He's from Canada. Yeah.
Bear with me. I appreciate your patience. I'm just comparing. So this is 2020. Appreciate your patience. really, really appreciate patience. Yeah, I just saw Law Society of Canada, Ontario. You know, people are looking at like wondering, like, what is she doing? And it's because I'm looking at This is what he looks like without glasses. Doesn't really give a just gonna leave that up. We'll move on. Because I have a strong feeling that he is with Donald Trump's team too. I just have to look a little further. Get a sort of looking at one person, but
He wants to rebrand it to get more ethical.
Well, I mean, that's what they're saying, right? They're saying they call themselves ethical capital, yet at the same time, they
So
just,
the ethical capital partners, there's still stuff out there that's not supposed to be there.
yes, they still haven't actually implemented
Right.
the preventative policies
What's ethical?
necessary. It's just a farce. I
Right.
mean, it's just, and that's why I think it's so important to sound the alarm on this rebrand, because from a victim's perspective, like this is also a miscarriage of justice for them to go out there and try to resuscitate Pornhub's brand as no, we're ethical capital. Listen, the men who made that decision have 30 moderators just guessing what's prospects and rate guessing, and they guess wrong all the time. They were skipping through thousands of videos per shift. And they're still running Pornhub today. So they're still on the 6th floor, Aquamarine Montreal Tower, that corporation, running Pornhub today. Yes, the CEO and the COO were forced to resign, but they have the same CFO, they have the same CLO.
Who's the CFO? Let's see.
Eddie DeSanto.
Eddie DeSanto, bring him up.
I don't know if you'll find them. They try to.
They try to hide his
They
face.
try to, but some of them. I mean, you can find Ryan Hogan, Matt Kalichi. So you can look up Kareem El-Marazi. He is the CPO, and he's running it today. They tried to, but some COO were forced to resign, but they have the same CFO. They have the same CLO.
Who's the CFO? Let's see.
Eddie DeSanto.
Eddie DeSanto.
Eddie DeSanto.
DeSanto, bring him up.
I don't know if you'll find them. They try to.
They try to hide his
They
face.
try to, but some of them. I mean, you can find Ryan Hogan, Matt Kalichi. So you can look up Kareem El-Marazi. He is
Let's
the
look him up.
CPO, and he's
Eddie DeSanto. I'm pausing. I'm looking at these screens. Thanks for bearing with me because I'm going down the rabbit hole already connected. Can't say for sure, but you know, it's really strange because when I look at that name, I got Ed DeSanto, founder and CEO, Personal Magic Technology, Technical, right? You know, they say let's use so the picture I found, and then I went to Trump Jr. It's a facial hair on, maybe. So we'll go back to the video and finish and then we'll go to the because
Running it today.
Rena Marazi.
Donald Trump said that Tiffany's Tiffany's husband's father announced him as Tiffany's husband, but it's Tiffany's husband's father. He said he introduced him as a lawyer, which he wasn't actually a lawyer. He had an associate. I have a point here. People are thinking,
There he is.
So he's there today, right?
okay, so that right there. Oops, good here. Okay, now we'll come here. very good possibility. Le potrei It's like going back and forth, like 3. Vorrei potrei sono sulla pista. Okay. This guy here. He is the FBI. Okay. So have a look at the ears. Have a look at the ears, face, the eyes, the lips to create. Oh, sorry. There. You can tell. If he smiled and he had a little bit less weight on. Him and him. Just more facial hair, a little bit more on his face, weight on his face. Think of it this way: actors, they do have to. Some actors will have to lose weight or gain weight or build up in muscle or what have you.
Right?
Yep, about him from Canada. He's an integral part of the mobile broadband team, telecommunication engineering, at the University of Montreal. Hmm. So they're still running. They're just trying to rebuild this company and spend like money.
Well, so I mean, what I'm saying is like ethical capital, right? If they're coming in and saying, we're going to rebrand, we're going to do this new thing, why would you still have the same man responsible for the decisions that destroyed the lives of countless victims just running this thing today? That's why it's like,
Right.
it's just a farce. Like, it's not real.
people don't want to believe that, but that's fine. Right? Other incorporated racial, sexual, but see, his grandfather had ran a brothel, and then also another restaurant hotel that had private vultures for ladies. And Daniel Smith is talking about having a red light district, which is like for porno, like stuff like that, what have you. And she went to see Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Keep men out of women's sports, which, yes, I agree with that. If men and women want to play sports together, whether you identify as transgender or what have you, have it so that each person wants to be involved. So a co-ed, because that's what it's a co-ed. Doesn't matter how you like, as long as everybody's in agreement with it. But I'm not. I mean, if a woman wants to go up against a man in a fight in co-ed, well, that's up to the woman. But should it be? I agree with him. Keep men out of women's sports, whether they're transgender or not. And some may take offense to that, and that's on you. If you take offense to it, that's kind of like you're not keeping it fair because you may have you may look like appear to be a woman, but your 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 levels are on a different plane, and that's why I said about co-ed. Well, that sucks. Excuse me for just give me a couple minutes, okay? I didn't realize that this my computer doesn't charge my phone and stuff, which is really strange. Mm-mm.
Government of Alberta's ambition is to double oil and gas production.
To double it, instead of like finding green energy. Just so you know, the current concern. Just please give me 1 minute.
Just as I predicted.
Well, I'm right
Government
after
of
him.
Alberta's
Come on.
ambition is to just as I predicted. Today, Mark Carney announced that he will pause Trudeau's carbon tax until after the election.
Okay. Coming up. If you're on YouTube, thank you. I appreciate your patience. I'm just getting my TikTok back up. I'm just trying to bring my TikTok back up because I know that people will come back in. Let's listen to it. Go ahead, make it.
Soko, mahanda. Soko, mahanda agasaka, rege yamanda raboko sokota, randa yakande eke seke la mama manda rabakase, menda rabakande la babato so, yalamana ni no, sakayato yakande, yamakado yakadadia sitla kano yakadada sitia. Power! Soko, mahanda agasata, Manda raboko sokota, randa yakande eke seke la mama manda rabaka se. Meta rabakande e. Soko, mahanda agasata, rege yamanda raboko sokota, randa yakande eke seke la mama manda rabaka se. Meta rabakande e la babato so. Yaramana ni aina no, sakayato yakande, yamakado yakadadia sikia.
Hi everyone, sorry about that. If you're just coming in, I had already been live. You can catch up on it on my YouTube channel, Spirit Teaches Going With Yourself. My phone died. I had it plugged into my computer, and well, apparently it wasn't uh, charging it. So I left off at keep men out of women's sports, which I agree with that. Okay. deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campus safe and patriotic again. Okay. Where do I stand on that? Okay, for radicals, if they're radicals and they've been committing crimes, then shouldn't they be arrested? Or are you talking about like them already arrested and them putting them back into their own country? Or are you talking about like when people are standing up for their own people? Do you consider them radicals? Because as a leader, you're the one that is supposed to be working to prevent stuff like this from happening. It's why are they radicals? Are they like they're radicals because you have the two parts of the country, the two people, two backgrounds, and they're feuding against one another. So you're choosing one group of people over another and not wanting to really understand what's happening and going on. Donald Trump, that's not very good leadership. You know, maybe it's your country or what have you that's creating violence. Seriously. Do I believe that they should be burning things and doing stuff that they're doing? No. But from what I see and what have you, I see them all doing it to each other. And you're not making matters any better by saying you're all Christian in, and you'll only protect the Christians, but you won't protect the rest of the people in your country. You're not a very good fucking leader. I'll tell you right now, if you believe that the immigrants, or you call them illegals, if they voted in your elections, but they're not allowed to vote in the next elections after you, then every one of those illegals that voted for you, I'm going to say it again, they should not count. Because you probably brought the illegals in just to vote for you. And you know, maybe that's what Justin Trudeau did too at one point. Who knows? But it's that part of Donald Trump. You might want to look in your own home. Before you start criticizing someone else's. And make our colleges and campuses safe again. You know, and instead of listening to what the people are saying of why you call them radicals on college campuses and what have you. He said that people need to respect him. If you can't lead your country, you should not be the leader. Because you're not leading. You're trying to give the problem to other people. Create the problem yourself. Because you know, you were the one that started talking about saying about abortions being illegal and everything, which created a division between different people with regards to their beliefs on abortion. So you're making somebody out to be a criminal who had an abortion for their own personal reasons, which are not really any of your fucking business. It's not a matter of whether I believe in abortion or not, because it's not up to me. It's not my body. Huh. Go figure. 12% of Albertans want to be part of the 51st state. I wonder why. Better drill, baby, drill. Gira pututuri, sakeria pututui. Make our campuses safe and patriotic again. Hey, Donald Trump, your grandfather came from a communist country. Circular. Your poor excuse for a leader. The only thing you know how to lead is lead people how to be corrupt and make these good deals. The only thing you know how to sell is shit for a living, and that's bullshit. You to put it clear, my channel Spirit to Spirit people, those spirits know who I'm talking to, and if you're experiencing it, something from it, well, I guess you're connected to those spirits. "19. Secure our elections." Secure your elections. Bring your elections. Secure your elections. Say that it was okay for the illegal immigrants to vote for you in 2016, but, because Biden won in 2020 or what have you, it was all rigged and everything like that. And then this year one, the illegal immigrants, they were voting and it was okay for that. But now the next one that comes in line for to get votes or what have you, you can. The illegals aren't able to vote, but they were in mine. But I'm saying they can in yours because they might overtake. But it's that part of, like I said, Donald Trump. If the illegals are not able to vote, then that means that they were not legal to vote in your election either. So all of your illegal immigrants that you brought in, most likely, your votes don't count. So I guess they need to find out who all the illegal immigrants that you class as illegal immigrants were, so that they can take them off the votes. And make it, a legal, fair election. So, what the people really need to be doing, because of your statement of the illegals not allowed to vote, they need to be calling for a recount on the election or a re-election without the illegal vote. Secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter identification, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. Well, I guess, then all voters that were registered that elected, if they had their identification, then if they voted for you, then I guess you could vote for all the other ones. You don't count. How do you like that? Because it's only fair. And I'll tell you too. Deceased people don't count either. Seriously. Paper ballots and proof of citizenship. You said it, Trump. So I guess what's good for one is good for you too, right? 20. Unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. It seems like a lot of people they're saying about what you're doing there. Unite our country. Well, your country is uniting all right, but a lot of it will be up against you. And not only that, there's other places. I've heard of, I don't see where you're trying to unite anybody. I just see you trying to conquer everybody. Trying, I say. And anybody who allows it to happen, I would hazard to say that it would be treason. So let's see, read more about the Trump Republican platform. Make America great again. Protection to the forgotten men and women of America. America first, a return to common sense. You're supposed to be uniting the world. Our nation's history is filled with the stories of brave women, of brave men and women who gave everything they had to build America into the greatest nation in history of the world. See, the thing is, the people who join the military or what have you, no matter what branch it is, or, Constitution, they're to protect the Constitution, not you, Donald Trump, and not me, not like that. Constitution, which involves, you're supposed to be protecting the people. Because was the Constitution not made for the people? See, a lot of military, none. They joined the forces believing that it was to protect their families, right? From tyranny, from people like yourself, that, here's the part where false and misleading statements by Donald Trump. Okay. False and misleading statements by Donald Trump. Donald Trump has made tens of thousands of false or misleading claims, including during his first and second terms as President of the United States. Fact checkers and the Washington Post documented 30,573 false or misleading claims during his presidential term, an average of about 21 per day. So fact checkers, you know, they like to point out fact checkers when, it's against them, right? They'll tell you, oh, well, that's not real. But if it's them, well, yeah, it's real. Fact checkers. And, right, the Toronto Star hailed 5,276 false claims from January 2017 to June 2019, an average of 6 per day. Commentators and fact checkers have described Trump's mendacy as unprecedented in American politics, and the consistency of falsehoods a distinctive part of his business and political identities. My question is, why are they going in and doing all these tweets anyway? Seriously. I go on Twitter, and I don't follow a lot of people, but on my Twitter, all I ever see is Elon Musk. Scholarly analysts of Trump's tweets found significant evidence of an intent to deceive. By June 2019, after initially resisting, many news organizations began to describe Trump's falsehood as lies. The Washington Post said he's always saying that like Fox News is fake news. So Fox News is fake news, and why do you go to it all the time? Mel Gibson, he's supposed to, he's an endorser for Trump, and that's all I hear. You only see him on Fox News, and Tucker Carlson, he was on Fox News, and he said that the news is fake. Well, who's it fake for? Why is it all fake? Because it goes against people you want to see. There's a video of the pastor that Donald Trump has now, and she was on the stage, and she was speaking in what people perceive to be tongues. And it's we're supposed to be not having people come to us and bow to us and what have you, because you can speak tongues. It's teaching the people how to be able to come into that ability themselves to connect directly to God's source, creator, spirit, so that they too can speak the language of God. I tell people that, we're all always channeling, even when we don't know it. And see, the thing is, I tell people, like, when you feel like you're going to speak gibberish and it sounds like gibberish, allow yourself to do it because that's God's source, creator spirit speaking through you, even if people say it's nonsense or gibberish. System will tell people, just like if you speak that way, people look at you funny. Good, let them look at you funny. You're speaking when that happens. You're speaking forms of your past lives, reincarnations, what have you, however you perceive it. Your ancestors' languages, they're channeling through you, God, source, spirit, creator, all the spirits of the infinite. It's that part of the Christ consciousness, the Holy Spirit. No, people don't try to understand it, just allow yourself to feel it and experience whatever it is that you're experiencing from it. Some people, they get irritated and pissed off. And one of my sisters, one day I was speaking it, and she slapped me, and she said, "Stop talking like that." It's like, no, I won't. And you're in the wrong for even telling me to do that, because you're telling somebody to suppress who you are because it makes you uncomfortable and you don't understand the language. You go into stores, you go other places, you don't understand the language, but do you slap them? I'm constantly talking with spirit in spirit language, whether anybody understands me or not. I'm also moving energy and speaking with my hands. It's not about asking because you have this gift or ability. It's not about the asking for money. Because you're supposed to be teaching people how to be able to come into those gifts. The prayers of meditation, prayers of gratitude and appreciation, and being able to learn how to meditate. And that's what churches should be teaching people. Not about who fought with which religion fought with which religion, or who murdered who, or anything like that. Intent to deceive. By June 2019, after initially resisting, many news organizations began to describe Trump's falsehood as lies. The Washington Post said in his frequent representation of claims he knew to be false, and mounting to a campaign based on disinformation with regards to his Donald Trump's daughter, Tiffany, her husband's father. Like I said, he has an associate degree, but Donald Trump introduced him. He's on Donald Trump's thing. He works for Donald Trump. And Donald Trump introduced him as a lawyer, and that he went to the University of Houston and took his law degree, but there was no record of that. But he did take his associate. It's also like in Donald Trump's impeachment. How many of you knew that Donald Trump fired his lawyer and had his two sons represent him in the impeachment, and neither one of them had a law degree, and even if one of them did, because they were family members, they wouldn't have been allowed to do it because they were part and connected to the impeachment. Trump campaign CEO and presidency chief strategist Stephen Bannon said that the press, rather than the Democrats, was Trump's primary adversary, and the way to deal with them is to flood the zone with shit. Donald Trump had his own platforms too. Because there's one of his platforms, Truth Social. And he had a Trump Media and Technology Group. And then Danielle Smith's husband, second husband, he was the executive producer for Global Television and also for Sun Media. And then Pierre Pelletier, he worked for TELUS for corporate collections. So there's the connections to the media with regards to creating propaganda for Justin Trudeau and the NDP, because I read the NDP's proposal and I caught. So there's so much propaganda on. It's my body is feeling it. And when I read stuff off, I can feel it within my body, whether it causes for alarm. Dealing with shit. And there was an extraterrestrial that had in around about Area 51 in the 60s. And it said that it was going to be propagated. As part of their attempts to overturn the 2020 US presidential election, Trump and his allies repeatedly falsely claimed there had been massive election fraud. That's not Donald Trump. Massive election fraud? What was a massive election fraud? Are you going to say that it was the illegal immigrants? I do have to ask. Are you going to say it seriously? Are you going to say? Oh, wow. How? That's pretty strange. Because my phone was charging quite well. And all of a sudden it just got shut down again. Right after I said about going to the elections. Well, that was apparently, I had my phone plugged in and it was charging. And all of a sudden, when I said about Donald Trump with regards to his, uh, accusing the of election fraud with the Democrats, well, once I said about that, and I said about the illegal immigrants, if he was talking about the illegal immigrants, but it was okay for, his presidential election, right? And now I say we can't anymore, so I'm going to say it again. Donald Trump, and I guess the case is, if you're saying that theirs was illegal and it was fraudulent, then I guess that would make yours fraudulent too, because you always say about what somebody else is doing, and that's actually what you're doing yourself. Yay. So let's keep reading. Okay, and that Trump had won the election. Their effort was characterized by some as an implementation of Hitler's big lie propaganda technique. Because, they said the salute was done. Okay. Donald Trump, everyone say it was the Roman salute. Well, Hitler looked up to the Romans, so if it was the Roman salute, then it was then Hitler was doing the Roman salute. It's the same salute. Hitler looked up to the Romans, and so did the British. Are you getting it yet? Donald Trump says that he's not for the British, but he wants to bring it back in. Because it's that part that he wants to be king. On June 8, 2023, a grand jury indicted Trump on one count of making false statements as representations, specifically by hiding subpoenaed classified documents from his own attorney who was trying to find and return them to the government. In August 2023, 21 of Trump's falsehoods about the 2020 election were listed in his Washington, D.C. indictment, while 27 were listed in his Georgia indictment. You can see where some people say, well, that's Wikipedia. You can't go by. Really? What? They say you can't go by that because, maybe the ones that know the truth are fixing the story or fixing it. And they know that I said, I can feel like things are wrong because my body will tell me because if I when I read it out and I do that internal analyzing, I don't like how my phone's not working because I don't like how my tablet, I used to do that. Sorry. Sorry. My glasses. Yeah, I use my clothes. I never said it was all prim and proper. Okay. Veracity and politics. Many academics and observers who study the American politics seem to have called Trump unique or highly unusual in his lying and its effect on political discourse. It has long been nuisance is a claim that is so obvious or self-evident as to be hardly worth mentioning, except as a reminder as editorial or literacy advice. Okay, so it's been long claim obvious that politicians lie. No, no, wrote Caroline, and I did a thing the other day with regards to that, of how much they do lie, and I believe I also had it within Daniel Smith's video. I did live on TikTok. People on YouTube didn't see it because I had been on my other YouTube, but it's not part of it got out there anyways because what have you. People can come watch me on TikTok or my well, people watch me on Facebook. Okay. For the American ethnologist in 2017, but Donald Trump is different. He is the most accomplished and effective liar to have ever participated in American politics. Moreover, his lying has reshaped public discourse so that the frequency, degree, and impact of lying in politics are now unprecedented. Now, I want people to think of it like, okay, he looks up to Napoleon. Okay? He looks up to Hitler. They said that they believe that Napoleon was the first one with regards to the Antichrist. And then Hitler was the second one, and then Donald Trump. Okay? Now, Donald Trump would have went back and he would have looked whether it was like if it was Donald Trump or Barron, but is Barron actually that form of Donald Trump? You know, I have people sitting with that right now. My body's just making me weird feelings because Donald Trump didn't want another son. He even had Melania sign a thing, and Melania manipulated her way around being able to have a son. Okay. To TikTok, I'm gonna click off for a minute. I'm gonna switch back over to my phone because it's easier right now. My tablet is just way up, and I hope you come back. Just bear with me, please.
To confront such weaponization and religious persecution, today I'm signing an executive order to make our Attorney General, who's a great person, she's going to be a great Attorney General, Pam Bondi, the head of a task force, brand new, to eradicate anti-Christian bias. About time. To confront such weaponization and religious persecution. Today I'm signing an executive.
Just waiting. Open my TikTok back up on the phone. Doing my For some reason, I can't get like to do the TikTok on my computer, which is really strange. Hi. Okay. Welcome back in. Sorry about this. My phone keeps dying, what have you. Okay. So I was talking about the false claims. Okay. Uh, in 2017, Donald is different. Okay. He is the most accomplished degree. Okay. Okay. He's different. He is the most accomplished and effective liar to have ever participated in American politics. Moreover, his lying has reshaped public discourse so that the frequency, degree, and impact of lying in politics are now predestined. Okay, now I want to show you something. Okay, I said it a bit ago about with regards to like face recognition. Okay, now I say about like with regards to actors. Okay, they're hiding. Okay, people are hiding and they're perceiving themselves as as different people. Now I want you to look at this because this is okay. This is a picture of Barron Trump. Okay, he was probably around, I'd say about 3, maybe between 2 and 3 thereabouts. Okay, you look at the face. Okay, look at his face. Okay, now I'm going to show you another picture, and the picture I'm going to show you is a young boy that played in season 6, episode 12 on Once Upon a Time, who was said to be he was adopted, he was taken. Okay, the king had adopted, like taken him as a bribe to give medication, like to give a cure for illness. Now that's Donald Trump's son, at probably around 3 or thereabouts. This here is a picture of the actor. He's probably around 9, 10. fair because it was in 2017, and that would probably put Donald Trump's son Barron at that age at the time of this. So you look at that. And that picture. It's not a coincidence. And anybody who does not see it, you are blinded by lies. You have this thing going around TikTok where they're saying that Barron Trump is the singer and what have you. It's not Barron Trump. Or maybe, it's just another actor. And Melania, you know, it's not about putting you and your son in any, like, what have you. Because I've seen the pictures and I've watched the way your son looks at Donald Trump. I've watched you. And I go back and I think of the movie, like I look at the movie Back to the Future, and Back to the Future 2, when he goes into a different timeline and, Biff is like Donald Trump and everything's running amok. And Donald Trump is abusive to Marty McFly's mother, who was actually married to someone else, but Biff killed him. Or had him killed. But it was the same idea, all the gold and everything. And people don't want to look at that. Well, you go look at the documentary. The documentary of Back to the Future. It's an hour and 34 minutes and 22 seconds long. Back in time, 2015, Back to the Future documentary. And that's when that's when Marty McFly goes to the year 2015 and sees himself and sees his wife older, but he sees his grandson, sorry, not his grandson, he sees his son who looks identical to him. Seriously, when you look at movies and series and what have you, using the all-seeing eye, you actually see what's happening in the world. So that is Barron, and that is the actor. Looks like the same face to me, only older. Same hairstyle, everything. Show that again. Historian Douglas Brinkley stated that U.S. presidents the U.S. presidents have occasionally lied or misled the country, but none were a serial liar like Trump. And everybody knows he's a serial liar. His family even tells it. I have his niece's books, 2 of his niece's books, Mary Trump. And the other day when I was doing a video, and there was something that was going on, and I said, Uncle Trump, and then my body just went into like, my question is, what am I going to read in that book? And you're going to say she's a liar? She's a psychologist. She's been a psychologist. And, see, the thing is, Donald Trump, like, I know people are analyzing you, psychologists and psychiatrists, and, the ones in sociology and what have you. They're studying you. And do you think I don't know that, with me coming on here, do you think I don't know that they're studying my behavior too? With the history way? Or it is, have fun, right? Because in 2-year period, back from 2021 to 2023, I had went to the psychiatric unit myself 4 times in 2 years. And then I went to the crisis for an appointment, and she asked me, do you know what they have you diagnosed as? And I said, oh, probably psychosis or schizophrenia. They have you diagnosed as unexplained. So when I was taking my digital coach here back just the end of last year, do you think that the instructor I had, do you think I wasn't being analyzed? And then you said that you can't put me in public? Why can't you? Because then people will realize the truth. The secret of it behind. Didn't learn this stuff anywhere. People don't believe in God, source, creator, spirit, what have you. A true preacher, pastor, like that, was here to teach people how to do themselves. And we'll go to this here. Because he's still doing it. He's saying that Pam Bondi, go here.
To confront such weaponization and religious persecution, today I'm signing an executive order to make our Attorney General, who's a great person, and should be a great Attorney General, Pam Bondi, the head of a task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias. About time, right? Anti-Christian bias.
My question is, Donald, what about other religions? Seriously. So he's dividing people. And if people don't realize that, even the ones who are the televangelist followers and what have you, they're leaving the stage and they're laughing with each other and they're saying, hey, Donald, let's give you a slap on the back. Thanks for making me do this. Oh, all the more money for us. Meanwhile, you're losing your job. Oh, I'll give money because if I give money, then God will save me. God is not going to save you because you gave fucking money to crooks.
Yeah, you never heard of that one before. It's about time, isn't it? Really? So many times you hear, but you don't hear the anti-Christian bias. The mission of this task force will be to immediately halt all forms of anti-Christian targeting and discrimination within the federal government, including at the DOJ, which was absolutely terrible, the IRS, the FBI, terrible, and other agencies. In addition, the task force will work to fully prosecute anti-Christian violence and vandalism in our society and to move heaven and earth to defend the rights of Christians and religious believers nationwide. Never had that before, but this is a very powerful document I'm signing. You get it now.
You're supposed to be protecting it. You know, I was reading a book. Please excuse me for a second. Can't find it at the moment. But I know I'm getting the book that it was in. And it said about the Prince of Orange. And, you know, I say there's no such thing as coincidences, just synchronicities, because people are saying about the Orange Man, they're referring to Donald Trump and the Prince of Orange with regards, it was in the part of the, uh, basically with regards to Oak Island and the deception. I'm watching this video for the first time myself, and then we're going to go back.
First time you've had it. If we don't have religious liberty, then we don't have a free country. We probably don't even have a country. This week, I'm also creating the White House Faith Office, led by Pastor Paul White, who is so amazing. That man's happy. Look at, stand up. Let me see.
Oops, sorry. She was right there. Oh, like she's an story board. Donald Trump's 2016 campaign. Oh, Jesus! I didn't know that. Wow, man, wow. Goy makataya sa tuya sa la kesa la kisera katoporia makatataya sa kiyaya. Paula Michelle White Kane is an American televangelist, apostolic, apostolic, apostolic leader in the independent charismatic movement. Is a movement within evangelical charismatic Christianity, which is focused on the authority of charismatic apostles and seeks the wholesale transformation of society. Ah! 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 Giratarataranyan mo turistika! Tutupurin! The term was first used in 2017 by socialist Brad Christensen and Richard Floyd in their book, The Rise of Network Christianity. Oh, how independent leaders are changing the religion landscape to describe the rapid growth of a form of Protestant Christianity from 1970 to 2010 and has since been adopted by other commentators. The movement is distinguished from other forms of Christianity by its use of network governance. Based on network of charismatic apostles rather than more traditional church structures and heresies. But they're looking to make money. And it's not going to you people, but they're getting tax deductible. And then they're shoving it in their pockets, and Donald Trump is saying, hey, now, on my hand, man. Let's go back to her, because I found that very interesting. White was chair of the Evangelical Advisory Board to Donald Trump in his 2016 campaign. White delivered the invocation at his inauguration on January 20th, 2017. So the invocation, like the one that did it this time, was like religious, same thing, right? The only difference was that the pastor this time, she looked at Trump and asked him to have mercy on the transgender community and all the and any other people, all the people have the immigrants and everything. Have mercy on them. What, didn't like her man because she didn't have her head up yours? Or she wasn't in your bed? You were to talk to her, hey? Couldn't make you no money. Didn't even put your hand on the Bible. Putting your hand on the Bible, not putting your hand on the Bible was a little anti-Christian, wasn't it? Seriously. You're the only one that's never done it. You did it first inauguration. You had her, right? But you didn't in the second one. So you brought her in. I have to ask the question. What do you say about anti-Christian? Christian isn't about making money off of people. So I have to ask Donald Trump, when you say anti-Christian, are you referring to yourself? I think you're a Christian and hiding behind Christian identity that is not Christian. Io Corea, couldn't put your hand on the Bible, and you got your nose at a joint and want an apology from the pastor who, you know, you are the president. You were saying about all the shit that you were going to do when you got in, and she asked you to have mercy on the people. Wouldn't that be something that, you know, people would say, like, they'd have mercy? God have mercy? You think you're God. You act like you're all fucking holier than thou, but you're the worst from the holy. You're far from holy. And you got your Doge in there trying to manipulate things, which, you know, yes, the government has been misspending stuff and what have you. But hey, dude, you're trying to hide your own misdeeds. Seriously. My channel's not for everyone, it's short for game for people under the age of 18. And if you're not ready to know truth, you might want to go. Or, you know, just sit. Use your own discernment. You know, I'm bringing things out there and my body's telling me what's truth. Because when I bring truth out, do you think they're not casting, like, you know, they know the shit. People think, oh, well, that stuff's not real. You're fucking right, it's real. Why do you think Donald Trump said they were on a witch hunt? Do you think he said it just for a fucking joke? He says things possibly like he's joking, but he's not really fucking joking. Do I believe that Donald Trump is a fucking warlock? Fucking right, I do. He's got a lot of behind too, and some witches. See, there's also forms of counter that are awake and do know the truth. How many of you have heard of Zora? The Zohar. Not Zorro, the Zohar, the book of Zohar. The book of Zohar is the mystical. And that got rid of the Bible. You think they're not trying to use Zohar? Let's see. What is the book of Zohar?
According to Wikipedia, the Zohar is the foundational work of Kabbalistic literature.
It is a group of books including commentary on the mystical aspects of the Torah. I know, I was getting the word Torah. I knew it was the Torah. Era como esa, mi amor, ¿eh? Inauguration. White is the first female clergy member to deliver the invocation. In November 2019, Trump appointed her special advisor to the Faith and Opportunity Intuitive in the Office of Public Liaison. Okay, so what is the yeah, Centers for Faith and Opportunity? Are bodies within U.S. federal government agencies giving religious groups more voice in government programs. The executive order on the establishment of the White House Faith and Opportunity Intuitive issued on May 18th during the presidency of Donald Trump. Now, giving religious groups, not just one group. So Donald Trump, why are you caring? Because I know they're giving you money. Because it's not like putting up what you're doing about one group of religions. Seriously, dude. See, God doesn't pick a religion. Only posers. Because you keep them divided. I'm not saying people who believe in Christianity are all posers. I'm saying he's a poser. And all ones who back him up. Because it's a part of many more people are receiving access to the cash markets.
Why are you so happy? You love Paula, right? Oh, Lebanon top, yeah. So you know what we're talking about better than anybody. Yeah. You have a great new ambassador to Lebanon. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. It's tough. We have a great new ambassador. We just put him in. Well, in the White House, we will protect Christians in our schools, in our military, in our government, in our workplaces, hospitals, and in our public squares. And we will bring our country back together as one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. Throughout history, those who have sought control and domination over others have always tried to cut the people off from the connection to their creator. At the same time, every nation with big dreams and great ambition has recognized that there is no recourse more precious.
I like for him pointing out to the creator. It's a direct connection to the creator. They're not going sit here and I'm connected, but you're like you're connecting that way, but because of what I bring forward me. But it's that part of, you are the connection to God. You are your own connection to God. You can witness the connection to God from somebody else. And you can experience it through their experiences or what they're bringing forth. But it's a hell of a lot better when you're able to connect directly with yourself. Because then you don't have the middleman. You don't need a middleman to make your connection to God. You go through and you look through religion or what have you. Okay, it's our belief systems. It helps to bring you somewhat closer to God, but it doesn't teach you or show you how to be fully connected to God, source, creator, spirit. And he's just like, seriously, man. Your whole family sat in disgust at your last inauguration where you didn't even put your hand on the Bible. And people just stared at you. And you could see people, and I could hear people like in their minds were like looking at each other like, see, his hand's not on the Bible. Don't know. Did you not put your hand on the Bible because you thought you'd get burned? Pistola totoo eh. Kita po rin siya kasama sa eh. Kita po rin. Pero, are y'all buying this? Are y'all sucking this shit up?
Then the faith in the hearts of our people is the thing that makes our nation great. It makes other nations great. When you don't have it, you don't see great nations. Without God, we are isolated and alone. But with God, the scripture tells us all things are possible. Well, look at me. I'm standing before you today. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be.
He's saying he shouldn't be here, but you know what? I think it was staged. I have strong reason to believe and feelings that it was staged just to make him look good, like he survived death. Have any of you ever really think of the movies? Did they really get shot? No. But there's blood that goes off. Seriously. He was shot in the ear. Had blood's coming from the ear. They have those blood things. Seriously. Because I can tell you right now, if somebody was really trying to shoot you, The wind guard is the tough part of, you're, nobody's seen anything, and like no other shots, and right by his ear. It wasn't like if it was right by his ear, and there was somebody standing right behind him. Wouldn't that person behind him get hit with that bullet? Ah! Seriously. He likes to say his common sense. Donald, first you have to have common sense. Vorrei poter vedersi il nostro re, che si vuoi.
A lot of people said I should have been here. Beautiful day in Pennsylvania. It's,
Donald Trump, that's somebody who shouldn't have been here. Not shot in the ear. That's a pipe coming out from under the steering column. The seatbelt was cut. I was saved. That is somebody who should have been dead. And the police officer, when he called a couple days later to see how I was doing, he said, we do not know how you made it out of it alive. Not having a little scrape on your ear because you staged it to look good. You sit with that man. Or boy child, whichever suits you best. Because you're no man. or maybe you're a man. No, gentlemen. Was established in the White House. What's this? Another thing established in the White House. Trump's time. The White House Office Public Engagement, OPE, is a unit of the White House office within the executive office of the President of the United States under the administration of President Barack Obama. It combined oversight of OPE in the Office of Intergovernmental Oversight of OPE and the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs. Under the Office of Public Engagement and Intergovernmental Affairs, President Donald Trump restored the prior name of the Office of Public Relations and separated IGA. President Joe Biden changed the name back to OP, but kept IGA separate in his administration. From 2014 until May 2019, White was senior pastor at the New Destiny Christian Center in Elko, Florida, and a non-denominational multicultural megachurch. White was formerly the co-pastor of Without Walls International Church in Tampa, Florida, a church she co-founded with pastor and then husband Randy White in 1991. On February 7, 2025, Donald Trump announced the creation of the White House Faith Office to be led by White. Early life, White was born Paula Michelle Furr in Tupelo, Mississippi, the daughter of Myra Julian and Donald Paul Furr III. Her parents owned a toy and craft store. Donald and Maya Furr's marriage began to fail when White was 5 years old. White's mother left Tupelo and took her to Memphis. Her separation from her husband and his subsequent suicide drove White, her brother and mother, into poverty. White's mother became an alcoholic. While she worked, caregivers looked after her daughter. White has said that she was sexually and physically abused between the ages of 6 and 13 by different people on different occasions. White has said that during that time she suffered from bulimia. That sounds a lot like mine. Well, I didn't have bulimia, but I couldn't eat anything I ate. I threw up, and that was after my car accident. So that sounds an awful lot like my story. But my sister. White's mother remarried to a two-star admiral in the United States Navy when White was 9 years old. The family moved to Washington, D.C. area when her stepfather was stationed in the National Navy Medical Center. Wright graduated the Census Valley High School in Germantown, Maryland. I'm sorry if you went through that. Nobody should be going through that. And I understand with regards to the COVID. But I'm questioning how you went down that path of becoming a televised evangelical that is actually that appeals for funding. Appeals for funds. When you get into the political side, which you know, yes, okay, you need to protect all, have something that protects all religions, not just one. Like Donald Trump said back here, like what he said back here when you could read that. And is number 7. Defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion. But that video with him, that's not about freedom of religion. It's saying about one religion. It's just like, are you really sitting with that? Like, she's a mega, and Donald Trump is a mega. It's not about being Jesus, Joshua, Christ, Mary Magdalene. They all came to teach you how to be a leader yourself. I opened right up to the cave of eggs. In a world, I was set loose from a world in a type, from a type which is above, and from a chain of forgetfulness which exists in time, from this hour on, for the time of the due season of the aeon, I will receive rest and silence. Give me one sec. No, it hasn't told me. I'm just going to open up, okay? And I'm going to point to something and see what comes forward. There's so much to look at. I went right on the word sins. And right next to the shepherds of Israel, Ezekiel 34. Sins, they tell you you have sins, you're a sinner, your sins, and what have you, when the true sins are the systems integrated into society. The shepherd of Israel. Then this message came to me from the Lord. Son of man, prophecy against the shepherds, the leaders of Israel. Give them this message from the sovereign Lord. What sorrow awaits you shepherds who fed yourselves instead of your flocks. Shouldn't shepherds feed their sheep? You drink the milk, wear the wool, and butcher the best animals, but you let your flock starve. You have not taken care of the weak. You have not tended the sick or bound up the injured. You have not gone looking for those who have wandered away and are lost. Instead, you have ruled them with harshness and cruelty. You treat them like criminals. You tell them they're not worth. You divide them and turn them on. You create jealousy, anger, hate, and disdain for one another because of ignorance, greed, and selfish behavior. This is not directed towards the people the way that this is directed towards the spirit, so spirits that know exactly who's. So if you're feeling this, you're experiencing something. That spirit. So my sheep have been scattered without a shepherd, and they're easy prey for any wild animal. People who prey for lives. Who prey for the wolves and sheep. We have wandered through all the mountains and all the hills across the face of the earth, yet no one has gone to search for them. Therefore, you shepherds, hear the word of the Lord. As surely as I live, says the sovereign Lord, you abandoned my flock and left them to be attacked by every wild animal. And though you were my shepherds, you didn't search for my sheep. when they were lost. You took care of yourselves and left the sheep to starve. Therefore, you shepherds, hear the word of the Lord. This is what the sovereign Lord says. I know, consider these shepherds my enemies, and I will hold them responsible for what has happened to my flock. I will take away their right to feed the flock, and I will stop them from feeding themselves. I will rescue my flock from their mouths. The sheep will no longer be. The good shepherd. For this is what the sovereign Lord says. I myself will search and find my sheep. I will be like a shepherd looking for his scattered flock. I will find my sheep and rescue them from all the places where they were scattered on the dark and cloudy day. On that dark and cloudy day. I will bring them back home to their own land of Israel from among the peoples and nations. I will feed them on the mountains of Israel and by the rivers and in all places where people live. Yes, I will give them good pasture land on the high hills of Israel. There they will lie down in pleasant places and feed on the lush pastures of the hills. I don't think he's referring to Israel as being the place. I think Israel represents, oh shit, Israel represents the land. All of it. Because he didn't choose one certain group of people. He had people coming to him from all walks of life, from all religions. He was bringing them together in unity and love, not in division and religion. High hills of Israel. There they will lie down in the pleasant places and feed in the lush pastures of the hills. I myself will tend my sheep and give them a place to lie down in peace, says the sovereign Lord. I will search for my lost ones who stayed away, and I will bring them safely home again. I will bandage the injured, and strengthen the weak, but I will destroy those who are fat and powerful. I will feed them, yes, feed them justice. Yeah, truly. Yeah. Always, I collect angels. Okay. I always tell everyone that I'm here to find my lost angels. Her net worth is $5 million, and that's not including her husband's. It's her husband. Randy White, an American pastor and consultant of prosperity theology. He's a co-founder of Without Walls International Church, a large non-denominational church in Florida. The Tampa Christian Center was founded in Tampa, Florida by the then married Paula and Randy White in 1991. Oh shit, go watch True Blood. I watched that True Blood. And they had this woman and man, and they were married and had the evangelical church. They were the same thing, televised evangelical. And like the shit that was going on in that series with regards to that, holy shit, man. There was some nasty shit going on in that series with regards to that. You know, maybe that was telling us something about the now. Because I think they were connected with the government too. They they were in the series. There was a vampire government, and I said like energy vampires. You know, when you go to these things and you're doing that, and it's like you're giving. What you're doing is you're giving your energy to them, and you're giving your money to them. You know, the church struggled financially and could not afford to pay the Whites a salary for the first 2 years. The couple lived on government assistance and the handouts of others. From 1991 to 1998, the church changed locations 3 times until it secured the property at 2111 North Granby Avenue in Tampa and changed the name of the church to Without Walls International Church. While the church held services in an outdoor tent in 1999, it reported 5,000 attendees a week and 10,000 ministers to outside the church by 230 outreach ministries. I'm curious as to know how many people in this world, how many people actually have received help from the church. Doesn't matter what denomination. Because I went with a woman once and she was asking for help from the church. And they drilled her. And you know what she did? To help her with her rent? $250. I was sitting there and like I watched and it was like, holy shit, they have her fucking groveling. When you have that experience, you're not, what you're experiencing through them is they're siphoning that energy from you. That's why, like in this video,
Soko, Mahana Akasaka, Rege Yamanda Raboko Sotoka, Randa Yakande Eke Sekela Mama Mandara Makase, Vena Ramakande Ramakaso, Yaramanania Nano, Sakayato Yakande, Yaramano Yamadaria Stia Nano Yakara Stia. Soko,
people have here mega. Is this the version of Christianity you voted for? Okay. She's connected. She had a traumatic experience, probably that kind of helped her connect her spirit. But is she using it for the good of the people? Or is she using it as in there it said about money and power? Do you know where you connect with spirit? Do you know where you connect with God? It's not up there. So the thing is, you can connect it here, and your energy expands. How do I know that? Because I feel it all. I can feel, and I hold my hand like this, and I can feel the connection directly to you. But it's that part of, are you keeping that connection yourself, or are you feeding or something else? I can feel that in here, and I'm here. And that's the confirmation. So You want to connect with Christ. She's her own place, but she'll siphon out people. It's teaching other people how to be able to do that themselves so that they can, like, you've seen that guy speaking. But what are things like outside of that church? Right now, I'm sitting here, and, when you become connected, you feel like your experience is good. So when I come on and I do things with like energy healing for anybody, or if I've sat and talked with them and I help them to release things, I don't want, I don't come from like, because I don't want to profit off someone else's misery, off their mental health, their spiritual health stuff. I didn't come to profit. I came to help you learn how to heal and grow. Without Walls International Church purchased the property next door at 3860 West Columbia Drive to expand its Tampa Bay campus. The property acquired was a Canada Dry warehouse, which was remodeled and became the church's main sanctuary until September 2014. Do you realize, like, on places where they put certain buildings, where they're located? Because the hospital where I'm at is located on where, I believe it was the Mid-Mall Lane. And see, I can feel when you go into a hospital or what have you, I can feel where they put in certain protection spells, or where they've put in certain spells where, like, okay, you go in the psychiatric unit, okay? In there is a big one. You get locked up in there. It's much like a prison. You have a window, but it's plexiglass. You can't open it for fresh air. And there's really no air circulation. stagnant heavyweight. Because you realize that when people go in there in psychiatric unit, the energy that they take in, it just bounces. And the energy in there is just so heavy. When I was in there the last in summer of 2023, holy shit, man. There was one woman in there. She was one of the nurses that I had before, and she was the nurse that told me to stay in my room and speak that language. And this time when I seen her, she was like the same name, but she was totally different. I went in there one time, and the wall and the window for the lunch area, it had a beautiful painting on it. The whole window was a beautiful painting, flowers, butterflies, and what have you. And then the next time I went in there, it was gone. People say, "Oh, well, they must have wiped it off." No. When I was in the last time in 2023, like, holy shit, man. What I was experiencing, what a mind fuck. You know, you think it was stupid. I even told the therapist, the doctor, psychologist, whatever the frick it was that they were talking to me. It was just weird, totally weird. And people say, "Oh, well, you were psychotic." No, I was actually hearing the thoughts, and I could tell when they changed. Because it was strange, because anytime you had an ultrasound, you go to, they take you to a different department and they do an ultrasound in there. But this time they said it was an ultrasound machine. They brought it to me, but I was like the strange looks that the female, she was a nurse. She wasn't ultrasound technician, which I found very strange. He was a doctor, so they weren't the technicians to know what they were looking at, but they had this thing and they were looking at my body, and I was hearing them saying about, "Oh, well, you know, her spleen looks good." They weren't just saying about it. A lot of creepy shit. Have you ever been in a hospital downstairs? It's really important. Did you ever watch this series about but I had the vision because down there, and then I saw they were walking zombies, and I spoke, and I ended up speaking to them, and they showed me the way out. See, hey, you know, it's Sunday, it's church, right? You want to hear the real stories of what people would have experienced instead of the fighting back and forth. The Bible was about the paranormal, the supernatural, but it was manipulated into using it as one religion against the other. And then we were pushed into a lack of remembrance because we were pushed into the fear, and the fear took us back into ourselves instead of realizing that you were already connected with God and you already had these gifts and abilities and you didn't need to go to somebody else to connect with God. They went for healing. People went to churches for healing, but there's no healing in churches now. You have that mega church, but they do those things sometimes, whether it's staged, don't know. But people can heal other people, but people can also, with big things sometimes, they can take your energy. It was that part of, when Jesus, Yeshua, Christ, whatever, however you refer, when he was healing people, it was that part of he was taking on their energy, he wasn't feeding off it, he was transmuting it. He was taking the negative energy and replacing it with positive energy. And he wasn't asking for anything. Some people took advantage of him. And then when it comes time, did he say, deny you know me? But it was that part of, should have it been, whether he said to deny knowing him? Shouldn't have all of his followers stood up and said, yes, we know him? Or yes, we've witnessed it happen. I want to go to church, but not the way church is written. Because it's divided people. And, to be able to connect with God and do those things, you don't have to have a religion. You don't have to say that you're Christian or Catholic or Protestant or Baptist or Lutheran or Jewish or it doesn't matter. There's so many different religions that everybody fights over who's right and who's wrong. When it all actually comes back to the oneness to Christ consciousness, which Christ consciousness means that you are able to connect yourself. It's like the antenna. See, Donald Trump has lied and with this, to me, it just sounds like he's just got his hand in another ball. He is right. We do need to bring God, source, creator, spirit. But it's not going to come from any specific religion. Because it's that part of teaching them how to connect themselves without going through someone else. And the ones that have gotten money. And I got this Bible for 25 cents. And Bible. It goes on to say, and as for you, my flock, this is what the sovereign Lord says to his people. I will judge between one animal of the flock and another, separating the sheep from the goats. Isn't it enough for you to keep the best of the pastures for yourselves? Good morning, here. Good morning. Take, take your property, or they offer you very little if they push you out and give you push you nothing. And then you put up by the real baby truth, along with his blacking, his destruction. How about you stop with this wanting to, be the dominant one with regards to money? Having no monetary, people don't want it. They're done with it. You're ancient and out of date. It was more of a man-made system. It was in the 1800s. Must you also tremble down the rest? Must you trample down the rest? Is, isn't it enough for you to drink clear water for yourself? Must you also muddy the rest with your feet? Why must my flock eat what you have trampled down and drink what you have fouled? Therefore, this is what the sovereign Lord says: I will surely judge between the fat sheep and the scrawny sheep, from the fat sheep and the scrawny sheep. For you fat sheep pushed and crowded my sick and hungry flock until you scattered them to distant lands. So I will rescue my flock, and they will no longer be abused. I will judge between one animal of the flock and another, and I will set over them one shepherd, my servant David. He will feed them and be a shepherd to them, and I, the Lord, will be their God, and my servant David will be a prince among my people. I, the Lord, have spoken. See, I don't. Sometimes I get guided to read from the Bible. fuck part of? I'm going to ask you, ready to give the money back to people? You're wanting to kick people off their land. In Gaza, a place where there's lots of oil and stuff. You say you want to build there? You want to build oil wells? Because it's real fucking for the people. Because you and Daniel White, or Daniel Smith, you already had to talk. And even maybe Mark Carney's in that. Because they do say we're in a circus, and here's in the circus of Carney. Can't have a circus without Carney. And the British didn't even like him. So you say, well, Trump never shows his hand. He may not show his hand, but he does show his true colors. Ah! The Lord's covenant of peace. I will make a covenant of peace with my people and drive away the dangerous animals from the land. Then they will be able to camp safely in the wildest places and sleep in the woods without fear. I will bless my people and their homes around my holy land, my holy hill. And in the proper season, I will send the showers they need. There will be showers of showers of blessings. The orchards and fields of my people will yield bumper crops, bumper crops, and everyone will live in safety. When I have broken their chains of slavery and rescued them from those who enslaved them, then they will know that I am the Lord. They will no longer be prey for other nations, and wild animals will no longer devour them. They will live in safety, and no one will frighten them. Donald Trump is trying to take over it. Jesus was fair. Yeshua was fair. Christ. He didn't pick any certain person, any certain group. Because I have yet to hear the true words of Jesus. So I put people right in here. Those are words. But I'm talking about his own work. His own journey. See, there is one. isn't it? You have to ask that question to do it. Yeah, I know people are shooting with that because there's a lot of different stuff coming through. See, everybody looks and figures that, God's a man. Is God a man? Is God a man? Or is God actually both a man and the answer would be that God is not a man or someone who describes both man and masculine. So it's both the genuine masculine, feminine, ebony and ivory, night and day. Didn't mean black and white. It meant night and day. Super good feeling. Hindi ko wish ko isa kayo. So look up the different things that Donald Trump had with regards to social media. Historian Douglas Brinkley stated that U.S. presidents have occasionally lied and misled the country, but none were a serial liar like Trump. Donald Stern wrote in Psychoanalytic Dialogues in 2019 declared, "Who expects politicians to stretch the truth? But Trump is a whole different animal because Trump lies as a policy and will say anything to satisfy his supporters or himself." Heidi Saxdale, Tax, Tuxdale, Zygin, just writing for the Bruder Institution for the Study of Journalism in 2017, described how lies have always been an integral part of politics. Seriously, did you put it 30 feet away? However, Trump was delivering untruths on an unprecedented scale during his campaign and presidencies, as he's commented that no one in French politics was comparable to Trump in his provisions of falsehoods. Jeremy Adams Smith wrote that lying is a virtue, not a bug, of Trump's campaign presidency. Thomas B. Eltaw wrote, Donald Trump can lay claim to the title of most prodigious liar in the history of the presidency. George C. Edwards III wrote, Donald Trump tells more untruths than any previous president. There is no one that is close second. his reputation. Donald is curious of the value of repentance to get his lies believed. He demonstrated these knowledge when he instructed Stephanie Grissom, his White House press secretary, to use this method of lying. As long as he could repeat something, it doesn't matter what you say. Look, how many press secretaries? How many press secretaries did he have? How many press secretaries did Donald Trump have? Well, that's strange. Wow. Oh, maybe the reason why he had so many press secretaries, because I read an article about Haley, his last one that he had in his presidency in 2016 or 17 or what have you. The one he had then, she had said about others that wouldn't do it because they wouldn't lie for him. Use repetition. Keep saying the same thing over and over again, and people will believe you. Called mind control. Trump is curious of the value of repetition to get his lies believed. He demonstrated this knowledge when he instructed Stephanie Grissom, his White House press secretary, to use his method of lying. As long as you keep repeating something, it doesn't matter what you say. Trump effectively used the big lie technique method of repetition to exploit the illusionary truth effect, a tendency to believe false information to be correct after repeated exposure. Researched his study, Trump uses the effect. Study, Trump uses the effect. The Trump effect. an experimental investigation of the embodiment effect of racially inflammatory elite communication. Okay, let's do next. Oh, we're not finished yet, so we'll just.
To confront such weaponization and religious persecution, today I'm signing an executive order to make our Attorney General, who's a great person, she's going to be a great.
Oh, yeah.
It got me a little bit, but pretty amazing. My son was. A lot of people said I shouldn't have been here. Beautiful day in Pennsylvania. It's
I showed you
shot that
what
should
shouldn't
not
have
have
been.
been missed. It got me a little bit. But pretty amazing. My son was a great shooter, Don, both of them, Eric. They said it's like sinking a 1 foot putt from where that shooter was with that particular weapon. And it just happened to turn at the right instant, a fraction of a second. If I was late or early, it would have been over. And you would have somebody else speaking today. But got very lucky. It was a chart on immigration came down, and I looked to my right. Quickly, I looked to my right. I said, drop that chart. Boom. And I said, man, what was that? So if I didn't make that turn, so it's, my son, Don said, Dad, I'll tell you, you got saved by God. This is, I shouldn't say this, but that was a big statement for him to make. He was moved, Eric, because it's, you could say it's a miracle, or you could say something, but it was God that saved me.
Could have been. Could have been God saving him to give him a second chance to redeem himself. Himself. Why is he going after Gaza and other countries? Why did he not put his hand on the Bible? Why did he demand an apology from the pastor? Because she asked for mercy for the people that he's now trying to deport, but didn't mind having their votes. But in ways, I do still feel like it was staged. In many ways, I still feel like it was. Social media used by, oh, look, it took me right to Truth Social. From the death of Donald Trump on May 4, 2021, Donald Trump launched a new webpage. Oh, well, geez, that on May 4, 2021, Well, when did they do the inauguration for Biden? That would have been January 20th, 2021, and then he launched this Truth Social, launched a new web page from the desk of Donald J. Trump on the site of his Save America Political Committee, DonaldTrump.com, where he was posting messages under 280 characters that Vision could share to Facebook or Twitter platforms that had banned Trump from having his own accounts there. Although the site claimed to be a communication platform where his supporters could freely and safely speak, there was no way for users to post any content on there, nor to reply to Trump's post. The day the blog launched, it had 159,000 social media interactions. On the second day, less than 1/5 that amounted, and subsequent days, at least for the next 2 weeks, it never reached 10% of the interaction of its first day, according to the estimate by the Washington Post in mid-May. Trump's website, including his new blog, fundraising page, and online storefront, attracted fewer estimated visitors than the pet adoption service Pet Finder and the recipe site Delish. The site was permanently closed less than a month after its launch. Mass media, okay. Banned from both Facebook and Instagram, banned from both platforms. Once a prophetic user, Donald Trump was blocked from posting new content to Facebook and Instagram from January 6, 2021 to January 7, 2023. Right after he would have been starting to do his new campaign again. On January 6, 2021, amidst an attack on the Capitol while Congress was counting the election votes, Trump posted a short video. Facebook removed it and blocked Trump's ability to post new content to both platforms. Facebook's Vice President of Integrity, Guy Rosen, explained that the video contributes to rather than diminishes the risk of ongoing violence. YouTube also removed the same video. Twitter at first disabled comments rather than Twitter was later the tweet was deleted. The next day, Facebook said the block would remain at least until the end of Trump's term in January 20th on May 5th, 2021. After considering whether the recent Trump's account Facebook outside board held Trump's suspension as Facebook Index, but instructed Facebook to reassess the infinite ban within 6 months. Where is Twitter? Yes. Donald's use of social media attracted attention worldwide since he joined Twitter in May 2009. Over nearly 12 years, Trump tweeted around 57,000 times, including about 8,000 times during the 2016 election campaign and over 25,000 times during the presidency. The White House said that the tweets should be considered official statements. When Twitter banned Trump from the platform in January 2021 during the final days of his term, his handle, Real Donald Trump, had over 88.9 million followers. On November 19, 2022, Twitter's new owner, Elon Musk, reinstated his account, although Trump had stated he would not use it in favor of his own social media platform, Truth Social. The first tweet since 2021 was made in August 2023 about his mugshot from Fulton County Jail, Fulton County Jail, but the account remained inactive until the tweet again in August 2024. For most of Donald Trump's presidency, his account on Twitter, where he often posted controversial and false statements, remained unmoderated in the name of public interest. Congress performed its own form of moderation on July 16, 2019. The House of Representatives voted mostly along party lines. The census censured him for racist comments he had tweeted 2 days previously. In the face of this political census, his tweets only accumulated an investigation by the New York Times published November 2nd 2019 found that during his time in office to date, Trump had already tweeted at least 145 accounts that have pushed conspiracy or fringe content, including more than 24 that have since been suspended. During his 2020 re-election campaign, he falsely suggested that postal voting and electoral voting fraud may compose the election, prompting Twitter to either remove such tweets or labels them as dispute. After his election loss, Trump persistently undermined their election results. In the week leading up to Biden's inauguration, he tweeted, his tweets played a role in inciting the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol during the formal counting of electoral votes. Though the Senate eventually acquired Trump during the second impeachment, social media companies swiftly banned him. Facebook and Instagram banned him for 2 years. Twitter permanently suspended his account handle, followed by the official account of his campaign, Team Trump, and the accounts of allies who posted on his behalf, like Trump campaign digital director Gary Kobe. Twitter also deleted 3 tweets by Trump on the POTUS handle and banned access to presidential account until Joe Biden's inauguration during the first week. Okay. Seriously. Like, it's not just it's not just Trump. Decoy 338. Trump is the best, good for you. And you're a follower and maybe a patsy. Who knows? Or maybe you're just misguided and you're a bot. Again, can't even read. Well, I never come on here saying that I could read, because you sound a lot like Donald Trump, because he would be ignorant just like you. And I've been on here for 6 hours, 11 minutes, and 32 seconds doing a lot of reading, a hell of a lot more than you probably would do in the run of a day. So how about you go pound sand and go find your petty little followers that are just like Trump, or grow the fuck up. All right, I didn't ask you in. See you later. Have a nice trip. See you next fall. I take it Donald Trump and his cronies sent people in, hey? It goes to show. So you can tell who's bought. You can tell who's part of his stuff. Because any person with a good heart, whether you didn't like the person or not, you don't make fun of somebody who struggles with reading. That's something Donald Trump would do. I would love to see Donald Trump read. Hey, maybe you are Donald Trump. You have enough accounts. So it's that part, you want to come in and throw shit at me, you might want to have a look in the mirror. Because people who go and behave like that, like I'm bringing stuff that I'm bringing forward. It's that part of, you're lost. And you think that you found God in Donald Trump. He likes the common sense, right? But he doesn't use it. You're probably ones that agree that, they're illegal immigrants. But I'm here to tell you that their family members were here. So their family members weren't illegal immigrants. They were here. And they ran for their lives. because their property was being stolen. They were being terrorized by a tyrant, by a dictator. Donald Trump, you say you're not not for the British or what have you, but you know the British and Hitler, both of them looked up to the Romans. And the Romans were tyrants too. Dictator. People shouldn't be living in filth. The only reason why they're living in, these mega things, they're saying, give us your money. And then they're not claiming any taxes on it. Big corporations aren't claiming any taxes. Trump reported 700 million of business income, hundreds of millions in debt on latest financial disclosure. Donald Trump's business took in more than 700 million between January of last year and the months, according to the latest public financial disclosure report. Donald Trump's financial disclosure. Below is Donald Trump's 2024 public financial disclosure, which he is required to file as a candidate for federal office. I just heard that. It was August 13th, 2024, signature of Donald Trump. Name Trump, Donald, President of the United States of America. Other federal government positions, NA, Congressional, NA. Over review conducted by Tracy Lynn Lagan. Digital signed by Tracy on 8th month, 15th day, 2024 at 1413-0400. Reviewed for apparent compliance. Okay, so name Donald Trump, page 2 of 167. CIC Digital LLC, organization name LLC, Palm Beach, Florida. Organization type, limited liability company. Position held, manager, president, secretary, and treasurer from 03/22 present. And then there's CIC Ventures LLC, Mar-a-Lago Club LLC, Trump Media and Technology Group, NKA TMTG Sub, well, employment assessment, see attached schedule. It's right here. We're getting into widgets. Wow, that's freaking hard to read there. But if you want to, that would be Donald Trump's 2024 financial disclosure. Let's go down. So there's 6 candidate reports. Filed with the Federal Election Commission this week and released yesterday. The new document showed increased revenue from many of his businesses comprised to last year, compared to last year's filing through the forms may cover slightly different periods. His Miami area golf club earned 160 million. Mar-a-Lago made 56 million. His Bedminster golf club made 37 million, and the forms show nearly 6 million in revenue from Trump's Truth Social holdings. Trump reported at least 346 million and possibly more than 455 million in liabilities on the year's disclosure, including over 101 million owed to E. Jean Carroll and the New York Attorney General due to the legal judgment against him. He terminated a previously reported over $50 million loan related to his Chicago tower, which came under scrutiny for its legacy as of December 2023. The disclosure shows that Trump's business earned at least $732,887,841 and possibly more than 782,480 or $782,488,057 since January 1st, 2023. Last year's financial disclosure claimed income of at least 983 million and possibly an excessive of 1 billion income from many holdings and reported only in broad ranges, and Trump is not required to specific amounts received from some assets when they exceeded 5 million. It is unclear whether the reports cover equal periods of time. Trump DC, Miami, and Bedminster, New Jersey golf clubs have each hosted Saudi-backed LIV golf tournaments during the period covered by the form. These clubs earned 28 million, 160 million, and 37 million, respectively. Trump took in over 15 million in licensing fees in the period covered, including 7 million in licensing income from NFT's Trump Report earnings, 25 million from a Trump banned project in development in Oman, and 43 million from developments in Dubai. The form appears not to include any revenue from 2 tower developments in Saudi Arabia and UAE announced last month. Wow, so like he's got property all over the place. And aren't these people that, like, they're saying about the wrongdoing? Trump's refusal to divest from his business during his presidency was not only a noble departure from precedent, but a potential source of conflicts of interest. Crew tracked over 33,700 incidents of conflicts of interest during his time in office, including hundreds of visits to his presidency by U.S. and foreign officials. His business interests always also gave foreign players a unique opportunity for corrupting influences. Should Trump serve in government again, he has given no indication that he will adhere to the basic ethical standard of divestment. So he's had shitloads of conflicts of interest. So, if there, like, is this stuff he's he's trying to hide himself when they do the Doge? His daughter, well, it says it's press secretary, but she looks a lot like his daughter without all the makeup and glamour. She said they can't change codes. No, can't change codes, but they tried removing stuff, didn't they? You know, people who think that it's okay, like, no, like, everybody else is expected, especially the poor people. They're expected. We'll get the IRS on you if you don't pay. Your $5,000 debts from taxes, or we'll garnish your wages. But people like Donald Trump can get away with not paying any taxes, and he says he's going to get rid of the taxes for the people. From the things that he's been signing, what I've been hearing he's signing, there's a lot of frivolous stuff. He didn't he say about food, like the price of food would come down? Right here it says in this part, I just come to it, common sense tells us clearly that the Republican Party must stand for equal treatment for all. Donald Trump, you said equal treatment for all. That includes you, right? Because you're no exception to the rule, huh? You're not giving equal treatment to anyone. Not at all. Likewise, the Republican Party must ensure the equal application of law to all, regardless of public or regardless of political affiliation or personal benefits. That would include you, right, Donald Trump? You try to block everything, right? You send your ones in, your bots, your trolls. What is it, those 5 young men that you have going in for Doge? Seriously. Recent Democratic that led political prosecutions threatened to destroy 250 years of American principle and practice and must be stopped. You're the one that's not treating people fairly. None of you are treating anybody fairly because you're all working together. You know, it's just a facade because, you know, keep the people distracted while you guys work together. You know, in Canada, I did the thing with regards to Council of Ministers of Education in Canada. And right down here, educational funding. In 2018 to 2019, public and private expenditures on education amounted to 112.8 billion spent on all levels of education of this total. 78.5 billion was for elementary and secondary education. This was 2018 to 19. This is 1 year. 70, and this is Canada. 78.5 billion. Actually, you know, I'm going to make that a different because that's going to be about education. Yeah, and smelling cigarette smoke. I'm going to smoke. I'll save that. People need to hear it. And you know, Donald Trump, I know he like you got asked I like to stop stuff like this and you know, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and all you that have even TikTok. I had a content creator come in and say about, you know, help me with this. And they never like I got out of it because it was like, no, I'm not here to make profit and they wanted me to say like you know, put a gift target or whatever. And you know, people come in and throw shit at other people. And I'll tell you, you're fucking ignorant when you do that. If you don't want to watch somebody's lives or you don't want to watch somebody's platform, keep moving. Because they didn't come on here for you. And I can feel that heartbeat. The universe wants people to know. There's obstacles and challenges, disrupting fear. No, I haven't. I've never seen that one. Okay. Passion in ignite, passion ignited and hope. So we'll go to trapped in fear. Oh, I know, I feel it. I feel the irritation in here. This card reveals that it's actually your own fear that has you immobilized and trapped, preventing you from making decisions or choices. You are the one who's holding yourself prisoner or hostage. And in order to continue your journey, you must first face your fears so that new people and conditions can manifest. Many individuals choose to stay in this place, because they can't see the road ahead. They feel a misguided sense of safety there, or they're afraid to start something new. But staying will only add to your levels of stress and anxiety and create adverse effects in your physical body. Do you think I can't feel you trying to shut down my throat chakra? Seriously. Sikutapareai no shalasarikia to kusukusu etu puleata sugietai tuye. Misguided sense of safety there, okay? Or they're afraid of starting something new. But staying will only add to your levels of stress and anxiety and create adverse effects in your physical body. Seek out wise counsel for assistance. You don't have to do this alone, but know that you possess all of the tools that you need to free yourself. You're forgetting how strong you really are. This period will end when you use your mind to cut through the limitations caused by your emotions. Obstacles and challenges. Obstacles and challenges. This card represents the obstacles, power struggles, and challenges that you must face in order to overcome them. This could be a difficult period to get through, but it's not impossible if you open your mind and see the bigger picture of how something went wrong. Don't get caught up in it. Just pause and stand back for clarity. Observe where adjustments are required or which decisions may need to be changed to enable you to move forward in a positive direction. Yeah, I even feel him trying to attack my head because it's right there. Life really is all about learning. Don't play the victim. Take the knowledge you've gained from this experience so that you can apply it to similar situations in the future. This card often comes forth when competition is around you, whether it's your personal or business life. This is an excellent time to think creatively and ask yourself, how can I make myself shine above the rest? Passion, ignite it. The first of the spirit cards signifies that it is time to let your soul soar. New beginnings, ideas, revelations, and existing adventures await you in your personal or business life. Creative endeavors, enthusiasm, positive energy, and a renewed spiritual strength are at an all-time high. The powerful force of spirit is flowing through you, and with it comes a new sense of purpose. Be able, be all that you can be, reach inside and tap into that force. Use it to move forward and set up a strong foundation for the future. Other people may feel your excitement and joy and begin to benefit from the spark of light that's immensing from you, emitting from you. They'll wonder what's your secret, and your energy could even ignite their own spiritual journey. Follow your intuition, but know that this is your time to spread your wings and fly. And hope. Hope is what's at the bottom of Pandora's box. Hope is the taboo. Okay, hope is what's going to help you move forward. This is a card that focuses on the qualities of hope, faith, healing, aspiration, success, and finding alignment. When this card appears, know that the special wish you've made may be fulfilled in time. The hope card will help show you that the impossible can indeed become possible. The force that works through your soul, determining what's possible and the difference between success over failure, and above all, who we are, is the power of your belief. This card serves as a reminder to use your natural ability of intuition, the language of your soul, as you reach for your goals and desires. The future can be yours when you have hope and trust in everything you do. Soon, others will be attracted and drawn to your inner light. Learn to share your experiences and lessons, for those around you will also realize that by having faith and pushing forward where one may have felt no hope, it all is the key to success. I can feel that. It's like attacking me in the head, seriously. Above all, maintaining a positive attitude, starting right now. This very moment will allow your soul to soar. You'll discover an opportunity to shine as you reach from the stars. Triumph success. The first of the mental cards signifies new beginnings and exciting challenges may be for you. By utilizing your strength, willpower, determination, and focus, there's the potential for you to gain triumph in many areas of your life. In traditional court, the card represents the Ace of Swords, and since the sword is double-edged, it can cut through all the barriers that hold you back if it's done constructively and with precision. Remember that there's other sides to the blade. There's another side to the blade. If you're rash or use it in a destructive way, it could be harmful to yourself and others. Always pause and think before you act. This card is a reminder to vanquish negative thoughts from your mind, strengthen and tap into your mental powers, and use clarity with control in order to imitate new ways of thinking. They're getting me to yeah. Should keep going. Anyone who possesses or proposes to do good must not expect people to roll stones out of his way, but must accept his lot calmly, even if they roll a few stones upon it. Always bear in mind that your own resolution to succeed is more important than any other one thing. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Okay. I got the name cover and I'm going to tell you who it was. When written in Chinese, the word crisis is composed of two characters. One represents one represents danger, and the other represents opportunity. JFK. So with that being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings, most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone wanting and willing to receive and accept. I want you all to be faithful, brave, most importantly, be yourself, be your authentic self, be true to yourself, be true to others, be kind to yourself and others, and know that you have more strength than you can comprehend at times. That last thing was a message from JFK. Keep going. You got this. Ito po rin at